दिखती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV's युवा Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी।
हाँ।
She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, youth for change.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Battle of Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. you can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sun rises on the proverbial.
Hello everybody, starting with the headlines. Jagan Reddy has cancelled his Tirumala trip. The ex-CM has claimed that he was threatened with arrest. Former Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Reddy has cancelled his Tirumala trip. Former CM was asked to sign a declaration of belief for non-Hindus. Jagan Reddy has now claimed that he was denied permission and also threatened with arrest. All up in the air. This is what Supreme Court has said. Pulling up pollution panel, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality and curb pollution in the National Capital Region. In fact, Supreme Court has said, and I quote, "It's all in the air. Nothing has been shown record about anti-pollution measures for NCR." Meanwhile, ED has raided top Telangana minister. ED officials raided Telangana Revenue Minister Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy's premises in Hyderabad. Why should I resign? This is what Chief Minister Sitaramayya has said, being very defiant in the midst of the Muda controversy. Karnataka Chief Minister Sitaramayya remains defiant and steadfast on his decision to not resign amidst Muda. He says he won't step down. When asked, he said, and I quote, "Did the Prime Minister tender his resignation after the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at that time?" The Tirupati Prasad row has now exploded. Jagan Reddy, who's a YSR Supremo and also former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, has cancelled his much-awaited Tirumala trip. He said that he would be visiting the Tirumala Tirupati temple to allegedly atone for the sins that he claimed Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, was making by bringing up a controversy alleging that the Tirumala Tirupati Prasadam had beef and fish oil in them. The ex-CM has claimed that he was threatened with arrest. Jagan Reddy has also said that the Chief Minister is peddling lies over laddoos. Jagan Reddy was all set to visit Tirupati tomorrow. Jagan Reddy was asked to also sign a declaration. The TTD demands declaration from non-Hindus. Andhra CM has scaled up the attack on Jagan Reddy meanwhile, and the Chief Minister has said that all must follow temple traditions, and the TTD has also brought out names of people who have visited the temple but did not really belong to the Hindu faith but have signed declarations. So clearly the controversy there has escalated. Let's look at some reactions to this story before we go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's been tracking this case.
Maji Mukhyamantri Jagan Reddy అనే వ్యక్తి ఒక రాష్ట్ర మాజీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయిన జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డికి తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానంలో దేవుడిని దర్శించుకునేందుకు వెళ్తాను అనంటే వెళుతున్న నేపథ్యంలో మీకు పర్మిషన్ లేదు, ఆ కార్యక్రమంలో ఎవరు పాలుపంచుకున్నా మీ అందరినీ అరెస్ట్ చేస్తాము అని గుడికి పోవడానికి
Uma Sudhir, my colleague, joins me with more details on the story. Uma, first of all, tell us what are the most important takeaways from Jagan Reddy's press conference, and this controversy has taken a different turn now centered around this anticipated visit of Jagan Reddy, and what is the TDP saying in this regard?
So Jagan Reddy has repeatedly said that notices were issued to all his party cadre, leaders, sarpanchs, MLAs, corporators, all of them, asking them not to come to Tirumala, quoting the proposed visit of Jagan Reddy, for which he says in the notice it is written that there is no permission that's been granted by the government, and therefore legal action would be taken against them for travelling to Tirumala if they decide to accompany Jagan Reddy on the visit to the temple. So he says it is such a rule where people even to visit a temple are being denied the permission by the government, and therefore he called it what he termed as a Rakshasa rule. 3-4 important things that I must point out. While Jagan Reddy has said that everyone knows what my religion is, and the fact that I have visited Tirumala multiple times before I became Chief Minister, after I became Chief Minister, and that during the Padyatra, before the Padyatra, after the Padyatra, I have visited Tirumala and I've had the opportunity as Chief Minister to even present the vastras or the clothes to Lord Venkateshwara during the Brahmotsavam. And now asking this question about me, he was in Telugu, he did say that I do read the Bible, but I do respect Hindu traditions and values, and do follow them in public places, and I also respect Islam. All that he has mentioned. The main things that he says is that he's asking the BJP why they are not initiating action against Chandrababu Naidu for what he says is allegedly an insult to the Hindi religion, and he is quoting once again the sequence of events at Tirumala, and he says there is no reason to presume that the laddu that was made at Tirumala had cow ghee that was adulterated with animal fat, and he says in order to divert from the 100 days of Telugu NDA rule, that's the reason why Chandrababu Naidu had spoken about Tirupati Laddoo, and he had made some mistakes during that, and subsequently to divert away from that, they were now talking about the declaration that he needs to give if he visits the Tirumala temple. I must point out that there has been a huge security deployment at Tirumala since the morning. The police there had declared under Section 30 of the Police Act that no gatherings, processions or meetings would be allowed at Tirumala. That's for the next 1 month, because a lot of VIP visits will be expected, not just because of the controversy, but also because Brahmotsavams, the biggest festivities, celebrations that happen in Tirumala, will be between the 4th and 12th of October. And there are also new boards that had come up, not just near the temple premises, but even at the entrance of Tirumala and other locations, which specified that non-Hindus would have to give a declaration. So in the morning when I spoke to some YSRCP leader, he said that Jagan Reddy would have no problem signing such a declaration, but in the press conference so far, at least I have not heard Jagan Reddy talking about signing any such declaration, but it appears that he will not be going to Tirumala for the proposed visit, as he had said, but he's asking people to pray in the temples across the state for what he calls purification that is required because of the utterances that Chandrababu Naidu has done about the Tirumala Laddoo, and he's asking the BJP why they wouldn't initiate action against Chandrababu Naidu for having, in a sense, brought down the prestige of the TTD and also of the Tirumala Laddoo, the pride in the Tirumala Laddoo, and the prestige that both the temple and the Laddoo have in the minds of devotees. He's asking the BJP that if you are really the protector or the person who upholds the Hindu tradition, beliefs and respect, then why wouldn't you act against them? And he says he's presenting evidence in support of the fact that of what he calls as factual details of what had happened that he claims has proved that Chandrababu Naidu has not spoken the truth. Telugu Desam leader, spokesperson Jyotsna, who we spoke to earlier, is clarifying, saying that the earlier tankers of AR Dairy which were used had come up with complaints, or people had complained about this, and that's the reason why the last 4 tankers were stopped and sent for testing, and that's the reason why Mr. Naidu had spoken about the Laddoo having cow ghee that had animal fat, and therefore she says that's the reason why he spoke about it. And the second thing about the delay that Jagan Reddy is talking about in the in the lab report coming out, and in Chandrababu Naidu speaking about it, she says that there were some vigilance inquiries that were being underway at that time, and it is only after getting all the thorough facts that they wanted to put it out in the public domain, and that's what she says is the explanation for the delay, why the report that came out on July 23 itself was not made public till the 19th of September, when Jagan Reddy is pointing out that it is actually in the party office of the Telugu Desam that the report was actually made public. So all in all, the controversy getting bigger.
Right.
BJP leaders also now talking about that the Hindu religion is in a sense under attack here, and saying that when it is Islam or Christianity, people are allowed to speak about it, but carrying secular credentials doesn't mean that they don't talk about the violation of Hindu rights, and that is something that now has become a point of debate and discussion in the circles in Andhra Pradesh and in the Telugu states.
Thank you, Masudi, for joining us with those critical details. Jagan Reddy, former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, making an important announcement there. He will not be going to Tirupati as he was scheduled to. In fact, he was supposed to make that visit tomorrow. Uma Sudhir also spoke to Jyotsna Tirunagari, who is the spokesperson of the TDP on the party's position on this issue, and this is what she said.
Initially, this particular press meet that he has conducted was regarding his entry into Tirumala. We have not issued him any notice, or neither I believe the police has also not issued him any notice that you shouldn't enter Tirumala. The only thing was there was a request and there was a demand from various organizations, not just TDP or Janasena or Bharatiya Janata Party or somebody. Even the Honorable Chief Minister Garu requested that whoever is visiting Tirumala kindly uphold the traditions and customs of Tirumala. And also, there is, as I said, there is a rule book of that also. According to the Endowments Department Act 30 of 1987, a GO was also issued, GO number 311, if I remember correctly, in the year 1990, asking for a declaration to be given. Again, coming back to his question of saying that there are so many, irregularities and misrepresentations, Umaji, the point is, when a vigilance inquiry was conducted in the month of July, that's when they found it out, and immediately that was reported, and the further investigations are going on in that particular issue. If, as quoted by Mr. Jagan Reddy, if we wanted to make it, political issue, we would have immediately raised it then and there itself, which we did not. Neither the Honorable Chief Minister Garu did it. After thorough investigation, after thorough, the entire documentation, that's when the issue was raised by the Honorable Chief Minister Garu, and now there is a SIT inquiry going on in it. So what's the problem? The SIT will, if they have not committed any mistake, the SIT will immediately, quote it. No, they'll come out, in the investigation it will come out. My question to Jagan Reddy is, what is his problem in signing the declaration? Because if he doesn't want to sign the declaration, well and good. He is not, if you don't want to sign the declaration, you do not have the right to enter Tirumala. Simple. Who is Chandrababu Naidu Garu, or who is somebody else to stop him? Nobody has stopped him for not, nobody is stopping him to enter Tirumala. The only thing people have, are talking about is just that you have to sign the declaration before you enter Tirumala, because you yourself have quoted that you are a non-Hindu.
Well, moving on to other important stories, the Supreme Court today came down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality and curb pollution in the National Capital Region. In fact, the Commission for Air Quality Management did not form any committee for monitoring the air quality, contended a bench of justices today. They said, and I quote, "There has been total non-compliance of the Act. Have committees been constituted? Please show us a single step taken. Which directions have you used under the Act? Just see the affidavit. Show us a single direction issued," adding, "It is all in the air. Nothing they have showed as to what they've done to the NCR states." Clearly, very important observations by the court there. I have my colleague Ishika joining us with more details on this. Ishika, as the festive season comes closer, so does the pollution season. So today, the Supreme Court cracking the whip and making it clear that the CAQM needs to do more, and there needs to be presence of experts as well, and the implementation of anti-pollution measures need to be not just implemented, but also the monitoring needs to be tighter.
Well, yes, Vasudha, as you rightly pointed out, we are seeing that in the coming months, the air quality is already going to be very poisonous here in the national capital. And hearing the case of pollution, Supreme Court today came down heavily on CAQM and in fact said that we are nearing a situation like emergency, and CAQM needs to be more active Today, in fact, very tough questions were put to the CAQM chairperson, who in fact had joined online on this hearing, and Supreme Court today asked as to how many meetings have been conducted by CAQM, and also in fact what are the directions that have been issued and what action has CAQM taken until now, on which official has the action being taken. So all of these questions were put in front of the CAQM chairperson, and he said, regarding the meeting, CAQM chairperson said that a meeting is being held once in 3 months. Over that as well, Supreme Court in fact wrapped CAQM saying that what is going to come out of one meeting in 3 months. The Supreme Court said that there needs to be IAS officers also in this committee, in this commission, and also asked, and also in fact asked that till now, if we talk about the experts, there seems to be no experts in this commission. So now, the hearing is going to continue on Thursday, and before that, the court in fact has said that a better compliance report need to be submitted by CAQM on, in fact, the steps taken, the directions issued, and also the action taken so far. Here, in fact, what is also interesting to, note here is that CAQM did say that their work is to issue directions. When it comes to the enforcement, it is actually with the state government. Now, over that, the Supreme Court, certainly hinted at the accountability as to where is the accountability, and said that if you are only issuing directions and if it's not going to be, enforced by the government, then what are you doing then? It has been in existence for the last 3 years. So certainly these questions were put forth, because remember, if we talk about the CAQM, just few days ago a meeting was held where CAQM said that it is monitoring the situation and it is still not, in fact, enforcing the graded response action plan. So there also the Supreme Court has today said that CAQM needs to work on alternate, steps, measures that can be taken to actually reduce pollution here in the national capital. And also, if we talk about the stubble burning, and there also, why the number of machines that are used to reduce, stubble burning, that is less. So very heavily, the Supreme Court has come down very heavily on CAQM. It remains to be seen as to now what steps will be taken by CAQM, and will the residents actually get some relief after that. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika, for joining us with those important details. Very important words by the Supreme Court, making it clear that experts have to be present in the panel. At the same time, there needs to be monitoring, and just one meeting cannot happen in just 3 months. So clearly, even as the Supreme Court is coming down heavily on the implementation of the anti-pollution measures, wanting them to be expedited, incidents of stubble burning are being witnessed in certain states. In fact, an incident of stubble burning was seen in the field in Chaba village in Amritsar today. This is with regard to Punjab stubble fire, an issue that has escalated in the last few years. These fire burns, these farm fires are happening despite bans on them. Farmers have said that no option has been given to them, and they have to do this in the absence of government aid. The Punjab government, in fact, has responded, and it has shifted the onus on centre, and stubble fire gets reported from Amritsar. Farmers have claimed that no aid was provided by the Punjab government, by the Punjab state government, while the Punjab government has said that only few cases of stubble fire have been reported, and that they would be seeking aid from central government. And they've also said that centre is not providing machines or aid.
किसान कोई भी पराली ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੇਤ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਰਚਾ ਚੜਦਾ ਵਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਨਵੀਂ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਇਜਾਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੋਹੇ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਕਬਾੜ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਸੰਦ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਰੀਦਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੱਲ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਵੇਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਥਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ
इसकी 500 करोड़ रुपए दी है और ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਰਾਬਤਾ ਵੀ ਕਾਇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਸਾੜਦੇ ਆ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਧੂਏ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਧੂਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਉੱਡਦਾ ਨਾ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਗਾਂਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਮੁਆਵਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ 1500 ਰੁਪਇਆ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਫਿਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਰੁਕ ਸਕਦਾ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ। 10,000 ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦੂਜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग दो। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
NDTV's युवा Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं एनडीटीवी का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव एनडीटीवी युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
युवा, youth for change.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Welcome back. Loca-Yukta Police on Friday has registered an FIR against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority Muda site allotment case. Remember, he is under scrutiny for this case. This move comes days after a special court in Bengaluru ordered directing the Loca-Yukta to carry out a probe against Siddaramaiah on allegations of illegalities in allotment of 14 sites that are worth rupees 56 crore to the Chief Minister's wife Parvati by this Muda agency. Now, while Siddaramaiah remains defiant, saying that he is ready for probe but will not design, Loca-Yukta seems to have begun action on him. In fact, my colleague Pratibha spoke to a senior official in Loca-Yukta, and this is what he had to say.
We have with us Justice B. Veerappa from the Upper Loca-Yukta. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, there are a lot of aspersions cast on the institution saying that they would come under the state influence. What are your thoughts on this?
What aspirations?
So they say that it comes under the state's influence and investigation cannot really proceed with certain cases.
This is independent body. We work independently without no question of influence. This is independent body.
So when a case gets registered, what are the kind of due procedures that are followed?
See, we have our own procedure in Loca-Yukta Act. If any aggrieved person lodge a complaint, we will post ascertain preliminary note, we will ascertain whether it's made out a case. If satisfied, then we will issue notice to the other side. We will get the comments from the other side. After getting comments, that comment will send to the complainant, giving an opportunity, get his rejoinder. Thereafter, we will decide whether it made out a case or not.
So sometimes there are doubts raised that a case is not registered despite a court order. They take their own due time. Does that happen? Why is there a delay?
No. No question of court order directing us to register. We will register as soon as any even a scrap of paper placed before our receptionist, we will register the case. Even any information, we will sumo out or register the cases. If a public interest involved, we ourselves on the information given by press people or any public, will register sumo out a case if a public interest involved.
So there are times in the recent past that we have seen that the court has also interfered, asked the Loca-Yukta or the Upper Loca-Yukta, for instance, to register cases. At that time, what happens?
No such directions. We are here only, this Loca-Yukta institution is meant for the society. No question of direction by anybody. We register voluntarily. As soon as any person enter to our institution inside, give one scrap of paper, grievance, make out a grievance, we will register the case.
One such complainant has gone on to put up a post on social media saying that this institution has delayed the process.
Even Mahatma Gandhi blamed by us, Sarita Chandra blamed by us. People are there to blame any institution, anybody, including you. What to do?
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the Loca-Yukta Justice talking to us about how the institution really functions without the state's influence is also something that has been emphasized on. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, my colleague Pratibha joins us with more details on this. Pratibha, tell us what exactly is happening when it comes to the investigation front, because some days back there was, we saw what Karnataka High Court did. It did question, it did in some ways vindicate the BJP stand that the governor is not really an agent of the RSS, but clearly then we also saw the openings of doors with respect to the investigation as far as the Loca-Yukta is concerned. And tell us about the key takeaways from your conversation with the senior official at Loca-Yukta, and how is the Siddaramaiah government looking at this?
In fact, when you talk of the Loca-Yukta probe, most of the officials seem to suggest that they have been working as an independent body, and that if you have to cast aspersions on the Loca-Yukta, then one cannot really stop themselves from casting aspersions on the CBI as well. So the entire gamut of politics in Karnataka revolves around how effective or how independent is Loca-Yukta versus CBI, and on parallelly you have another political flashpoint where we are talking of the BJP versus Congress, which is indulging in a face-off of sorts with respect to the governor and the CM, which is the third parallel fight that is on in Karnataka. But as far as the Mura allegations are concerned, yes, it is definitely a big blow to the Chief Minister as far as the FIR that has been registered against him. However, he has been defiant. He's been suggesting that there has been an FIR that was registered against H.D. Kumarasamy of the JDS as well. But did he resign then? Why should I resign now? These are the kind of statements coming from the Chief Minister's stable. And as far as the BJP goes, they have been upping their ante. They have been staging protests, even in Mysuru today, where the CM visited the place, where they did stage protests calling for his resignation and also demanding a CBI probe. But as per protocol, yes, an FIR needs to be registered as per the court's direction. But then there were a lot of complaints that were raised on social media by the complainant himself, stating that there was a lot of delay in the process in terms of registering the FIR, and it was mainly due to that social media post as well as the complainant heading to the media that the Loca-Yukta has taken action today. But we'll have to wait to see how this investigation would proceed and what will be the legal recourse that would be taken by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah.
Thank you, Pratibha. But stay with us for another important story. We'll also want you to explain as to what really is happening in the Karnataka Congress. Karnataka Chief Minister has rubbished the resignation demands that have been raised by the opposition. Siddaramaiah has asked why should he resign. He has insisted that there has been no wrongdoing from his side, and he has also justified withdrawing a CBI consent. Remember, Karnataka withdrew consent to CBI, which means that the CBI will not be given approval by the state government to investigate cases in Karnataka. The CM has said that this decision was taken because CBI, ED and governors were misused by the centre. Before we go back to Pratibha, let's look at some political reactions to this story.
Not only Karnataka, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಬಿಐ ಬಳಸೋದು, ಇಡಿ ಬಳಸೋದು, ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳಿಂದ ದುರ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಕೂಡ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಜಡ್ಪಿ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ?
Issue here is of the highest level of probity that we expect in public life, and the very fact that a judgment has come out. There have been issues with regard to the land scam, where a party that talks about service to our Dalit community. That same party's chief minister indulges in siphoning away and capturing poor Dalit families' land, a scam of such high proportions. Certainly, the chief minister must tender his resignation without doubt.
Well, going back to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who's been reporting on this case, Pratibha, the timing of this, the Karnataka state government doing away with consent to CBI is interesting. And though the government says that it is nothing to do with the Muda case, clearly the timing is suspect. What does the government have to say about that? And how is the chief minister looking at his own case right now, considering that while there is Congress backing him, does he fear that the backing, the support might actually decline in the coming days?
The fact that the Chief Minister has been having his set of MLAs as well as ministers each time while addressing the media is only to depict a show of strength. And he has been suggesting that all the MLAs, the ministers, including the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, are on his side. Even the High Command is on his side. But talking about the Cabinet's decision yesterday, it definitely raises questions with respect to the timing. However, they have vehemently denied this. While there is no Muda factor, could there be some fear factor is also some of the statements that we are picking up from the BJP stable there. But the Cabinet's justification is that the CBI has been biased in its several investigations and that they haven't done a proper job. They have not even filed charge sheets in some of the cases. These are the kind of explanations that we are picking up. But yes, it definitely does not remove the fact that the timing has to be considered here because it comes just 2 days after the court verdict. The Congress has been huddled in several meetings, including this cabinet meeting now. And the second decision also, that is to cover up the communication between the governor and the government and to be okayed by the cabinet before making it public. These are sending a lot of signals with respect to how the Congress is trying to ensure that the Muda allegations do not go up to the CBI, nor does it go up to the governor's office as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Pratibha Raman, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other important stories. Complaint against Kolkata Mayor's OSD now. Kolkata Mayor's OSD has been accused of fraud. Abhishek Banerjee's office has lodged a complaint now. Abhishek Banerjee's office has filed a complaint against Kolkata Mayor's OSD, and the Kolkata Mayor's OSD has been accused of committing fraud, and this OSD allegedly used Abhishek Banerjee's name for fraud to scam people. Joining me now is my colleague Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, tell us what exactly are the allegations against this OSD? When did they surface and what action has been taken?
Well, from what we've been given to understand is that the office of Abhishek Banerjee, the Trinamool MP and the National General Secretary of the party, also Mamata Banerjee's nephew, was receiving some complaints about, this kind of activity, and therefore, what they did was they filed a complaint with the police, and of course now it's the police's job to investigate is what we've been told. But what we've been given to understand is that the complaint has been filed against the OSD of Kolkata Mayor Firhad Hakim, and the complaint has been filed at the Shakespeare Sharoni police station of the Kolkata police, and this again this OSD has been identified by the office of the Trinamool MP, and at this point, though it's early stages of the investigation, the complaint really details what the charges are against this OSD who's been identified as an OSD of the Kolkata Mayor, and the complaint, like I said, has been filed by Trinamool MP's office.
Thank you, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other important stories. SpiceJet is prepping for a turnaround. In fact, this is turnaround 2.0. SpiceJet has spoken on its revival plan. NDTV Profit exclusive with SpiceJet's Ajay Singh. And in fact, SpiceJet owner has talked about expanding fleet from 25 to 100 by 2026. And also he has talked about restructuring existing liabilities. So let's listen into that conversation.
It's an airline that has faced more than its fair share of turbulence. I'm talking about SpiceJet that has recently concluded a fundraise of about 3,000 crores. But even after that, the question is being asked again and again that will this airline survive and revive. To speak on that, I'm joined now by the CMD, Mr. Ajay Singh. So great to have you on the NDTV network, Mr. Singh, and thank you for taking out the time to speak to us at what I'm sure is a busy time. Now, we're speaking also on an interesting day when there has been an announcement from your company that GST dues have been cleared. Let's start there. What are the dues that have been cleared, and is this what we're going to see as the primary utilization of the 3,000 crores raised, which is to clear outstanding dues?
Well, the primary use of the raise is to increase capacity, go from the current 25 aircraft that SpiceJet is flying back to a 100 aircraft airline in the next 2 years. That's the primary objective of the raise. We were already close to 100 aircraft airline in 2019, and it is our intention to get back to being a 100 aircraft airline over the next 2 years. That's the primary objective. Of course, another objective of the raise is to clean up the balance sheet, clear up whatever is due and payable, settle with all our partners who are owed money primarily for the period when aircraft are not flying during COVID and during the grounding of the MAX aircraft in 2019. And for 3 years thereupon. So the idea is that we clean up our balance sheet, restructure all existing liabilities, and have the space and the strength to quickly grow back into being a 100 aircraft airline in a market which is absolutely booming, and where only of the population of 140 crore people today, 5 or 6 crore Indians fly. So SpiceJet knows how to do this. SpiceJet has been an airline which has been around the last 18, 19 years. We've flown with very high occupancy, with a great deal of success. We've brought about a turnaround in 2015, which was most unexpected and the envy of many. We feel that we are in a better position to bring about another turnaround here. SpiceJet already has all the experience and infrastructure to be a 100 aircraft airline. And so the primary objective of the race is to quickly get back being a 100 aircraft airline.
Okay, so that is the primary objective. But then, the back of the envelope calculation is that out of that 3,000 crore, about 2,400 crore is going to go towards dues. About 600 crore is left. I think what you've also penciled in for fleet expansion is about 370 crores. So I come back to the question that some are asking and that we started with. With 3,000 crore fundraise successful, yes, that's a check mark. But can the airline actually survive and revive? How much more is required?
Firstly, your number of 2,400 is a little overstated in our opinion. And what we've done is we've penciled in about 800 crores towards revival of aircraft that we have on the ground. Remember, the aircraft are difficult to come by in the global aviation market at this point of time. SpiceJet has this great advantage that we have about 30 aircraft which are just sitting on the ground, which need some capital to put them back in the air. So the first objective of SpiceJet is to see that these 30 aircraft that are sitting on the ground, several of which are actually owned by SpiceJet, that those go back in the air. And for that, we've provided a significant amount of money from this fundraise. In addition to that, like you correctly said, we've allocated some money towards getting in aircraft on lease. And this money has been allocated towards some advance payments, etc., that have to be made for those aircraft. So the plan is to get up to about 40 aircraft by the end of this financial year, to get up to close to 80 aircraft by the end of the following financial year, and 100 aircraft thereupon. So we think it's a plan that we can well achieve, and we will actually surprise all of you on the upside.
No, I think this is the question that you get the most.
Let me just say that, we have proven you guys wrong. We've proven your channel wrong repeatedly. because you guys have said so many times that SpiceJet will not survive. And we've shown you every time that you are wrong. This is an airline that refuses to die. It will not, and it will be a vibrant player in the Indian aviation space again. There is absolutely no doubt in that.
All right. So no, let me respond to that, Mr. Singh. We hold as journalists a healthy dose of skepticism for any claims made by anyone. But having said that, for the health of the Indian aviation sector, it's better that there are more players. We want SpiceJet to survive. But all claims being made will be examined as they must. I'm sure you appreciate that.
We fully appreciate that. But every time a claim has been made by NDTV, it is our mission to ensure that that claim is proven wrong.
Okay. If that helps the airline survive, then we're happy for that. We're happy for the outcome. Okay. Now, having said that, you said that the math was a little bit off. Let me just come back to that. So 3,000 crores, you're saying at least 800 crores goes towards CAPEX. So 2,200 crores towards due. Is that the right math then?
No, actually, what is going towards due is close to about 1,400 crores because there are a lot of settlements in the works. We have another 800 crores of reserve capital that we are keeping to ensure that we have enough working capital and we have enough reserve. So around 1,400 crores is going towards dues. About 800 is going towards refurbishing the planes and getting in new aircraft, and 800 is capital that we are keeping in reserve.
Okay. Now, let's get to, what that pathway looks like and some of the things from the customer point of view, the niggles. So, some hitches which we've seen at certain airports, airport dues, etc. Would that take priority? Some of the furloughs that have been announced, do you look at reversing that in a certain timeline?
Well, as you know, we've cleared all past salaries of employees. Everybody's completely current and up to date. We have also cleared GST dues. We are clearing other statutory dues as we speak. In terms of the airports, there's actually very little money due to them. I think one of the advantages of being on the advance system that we have been at airports and with oil companies for the last 7 or 8 years is that very little money is actually due to them from the past. So they will be settled. Those are relatively smaller pieces of this full puzzle. We will find settlements with them really soon. Now, you heard about some advance payments that have been requested by certain airports, which came in the media. But those are very small amounts, Tamanna, and those will be settled very, very quickly.
What about the 150 crew sent on furlough in August? Now that there is liquidity that has come in, is there a plan to reverse this? Because surely if you're going to have this, ambitious scale up of fleet, then you need the crew as well. So what is happening on that front?
I think for sure. I mean, these are wonderful people who we've trained. And, by the way, SpiceJet was perhaps the only airline that actually kept the entire staff at SpiceJet during COVID. We kept them because we felt that they would have absolutely nowhere to go if we were to let them go. And so we are very, very, conscious of the fact that we need to get them back on the rolls as soon as possible. And as we scale up and as we roll out this pretty ambitious scale-up plan, of course, all that crew and all that staff is going to come.
Let me just come to the bit of the fundraise. So the first round of fundraise, successful. Some marquee investors have come in. Then again, some have, offloaded a little bit of stake, but then that's part of usual business. The question everyone wants to know that is another fundraise round the corner, or will that be required to reach that goal of 100 aircraft by 2026? Is that on the horizon?
I think the plan till 2026 is fully funded.
Okay.
So no more fundraise is required for that. I think we are well on our way on that plan. we'll see what happens beyond that plan.
Math work on just what we spoke about, so the dues paid, the amount of capex left. I know you have about 36 grounded fleet which you will first revive, but then if you want to get to the number of 100, so you need 30 odd more. Does the math really fit with the amount of funds raised so far?
Yeah, when you take planes off the secondary market, Tamanna, you don't have to pay for the planes. What you do is you pay advanced lease rental. So you 2 months or 3 months of lease rental. We've taken all that into account. We've taken some aircraft deliveries from Boeing towards the end of that plan, but not very many, given the current issues that Boeing is facing, which we hope that they will resolve really soon. But just to make sure that our plan remains robust and strong, we've taken very few deliveries from Boeing. The rest of the planes are actually coming off the secondary market, and there seems to be a decent amount of availability going forward. So we've taken advance payments for those aircraft.
So how many planes would in this lot of 100 be from the secondary market in the final calculation?
We will, so around 35 or 40 planes are from the secondary market over the next 2.5 years. And we have visibility for quite a large number of those aircraft already. We've taken a few, like I said, from Boeing towards the fag end of that period. And we'll see if Boeing is able to provide them, then great. And because we still have an outstanding order with Boeing for about 200 aircraft. If things come back on stream and they're able to provide those, then great. And if not, those will also have to be procured from the secondary.
So if I look back at the two primary reasons which have seen SpiceJet face turbulence, one was COVID, which was faced by everyone, and the second was Boeing itself. In that sense, leading up to my question, is it time for a sort of a reset when you look at the rest of your fleet and not look at Boeing primarily? Is that something that you're thinking of as well?
I think we'll exercise all possible options. It's not as if the other manufacturer also has a great deal of capacity available. It's a tough market. I think Boeing has gone through a tough time. We'll see how things really pan out. But I think the preference is to stick with existing partners while exploring all other possibilities.
Just a couple of questions on what the industry is looking like right now, Mr. Singh. We have a peculiar sort of breakup in our aviation industry. Airlines die over here with alarming regularity. Kudos, SpiceJet has managed to stay above ground, but that is a feature of the Indian aviation industry. And then you have two primary players now, one with an outsized share. SpiceJet gets to 100 by 2026, say all of that is in plan. How do you manage to crack this in terms of market share?
Well, our concern has never particularly been market share. As you increase the fleet, the market share goes up. This is part of the way this works. We were at close to 20% market share in 2019. As we increase our planes, market share will keep going up. I don't want to put a target market share, but I think a healthy industry requires multiple players. The duopoly that exists today is perhaps long-term not the best thing to happen, either for consumers or for this industry. And not only SpiceJet, I would wish the other players also the best, and I hope that we can have multiple players in the system. We, of course, need to ensure going forward that the industry remains healthy. And for that, it's important that we bring down the cost of aviation in terms of the taxes that are being charged, the complexity of the system, etc. We need to address those issues, and we need to address the issue of yield. India has been one of the lowest yield markets, aviation markets in the world. That's improved over the last 2 years. But I think it's important that airlines are going to be profitable so that they can use the profits and deploy those profits towards growth that the Indian market needs.
What is the path to profitability for SpiceJet, sir?
Well, from our perspective, today, a large amount of our cost actually is because of the fixed cost that we are incurring because of the grounded fleet. As you start putting that fleet back in the air, remember that today we are paying for that fleet. We are paying lease rental for the fleet. We are paying parking charges for the fleet. We are paying an outsized amount of money for infrastructure to maintain that fleet. As you start bringing that fleet back, that fixed cost will get amortized over the number of planes that we have, and you'll see the profitability come quite quickly. In fact, our projection is that you will see it quite early on that the airline will turn profitable.
Give me a number, sir.
I don't want to give you the tamanna, because then I don't want to, read in your channel that I said something.
You get to tell me I told you so.
Commitments to, you're right, but we have made commitments in our business plan to the incoming investors. We will certainly try and beat those commitments that we made.
Okay, looking forward to hearing from you and seeing the success of SpiceJet as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for coming, speaking to us candidly, taking all of our questions. And that's really how it should be. Ajay Singh there, talking about SpiceJet's survival and revival plan with a lot of confidence. I think one big takeaway, saying that they're fully funded as of now for their aim to reach 100 aircrafts by 2026. Thank you so much for joining us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's युवा Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो
A very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Vikramaditya Singh, who has been summoned by the Congress. The Congress is upset over the comments made by him. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Himachal Pradesh eateries nameplate row, in which Congress has in fact been upset with Vikramaditya Singh. In order, the Congress is now pulling up the Himachal Pradesh minister after summoning him to Delhi. Sources say that the Congress High Command is upset with the minister praising the UP model of displaying details of the owners of eateries and food stalls. And the Loca-Yukta police files an FIR against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah. In an exclusive interaction with NDTV, Loca-Yukta has said that the law is equal for everyone. Why should I resign is what Siddharamaiah is saying. He remains defiant as the Chief Minister of Karnataka amid the Muda heat. He says, why should he resign? Questioning if the Prime Minister tendered his resignation after the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. In the Tirupati, Prasad politics explodes, and the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Reddy says that he is cancelling his trip. This is after he was asked to sign a declaration of belief for non-Hindus, saying that he got a notice from the police saying that if he doesn't have the permission to visit the temple, questioning when did one require permission to visit a temple, and that he was threatened with an arrest. All up in the air, the Supreme Court pulls up the pollution panel. The Supreme Court comes down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor the air quality and curb the pollution problem in the National Capital Region. Let's get your top story, and this is in regard to Vikramaditya Singh, the Himachal Pradesh minister, who has been pulled up by the Congress party, and this is on account of the comments that were made. He also was summoned to Delhi and reprimanded by the Congress party over a controversial order issued by his department mandating food outlets across the state to display the name and the address of their owners. This development has come as the Congress came under fire on social media as well as within the party over the move, as it had criticized a similar move by the government of Uttar Pradesh during the Kavar Yatra a few weeks ago. And we have my colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, it is the Congress party that is upset with the comments made by Vikramaditya Singh in regard to the eateries in Himachal Pradesh.
Absolutely, Divya. What I understand is that Vikramaditya Singh, who's a minister in the Himachal Pradesh cabinet, it's a Congress-run government, and the Congress party is upset with what he has basically said. Vikramaditya Singh, like you rightly pointed out, has praised the UP model, and he has talked about this particular move in which Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, had asked for all dhabas and eateries to very clearly and boldly put out the names of the owners, and this was in many ways seen as communal, and this happened during Kavar Yatra. Even the court had to intervene, and this move was criticized by the Congress party and the opposition in UP as well. But Vikramaditya praising that and saying that, something like this needs to be replicated in Himachal Pradesh was seen as completely contradictory to what the Congress party under Rahul Gandhi believes, which is why he was summoned to Delhi by the Congress leadership. And what I understand is that K.C. Venugopal, who is also the General Secretary of the party, has given him, an earful, and he has basically told him that, in no uncertain words, that, something like this will not be tolerated, and that he has to follow the narrative and the path that the Congress has set under the leadership of Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the president of the party. And the values cannot be contradicting to what these leaders have been presenting, which is, of a secular narrative, which is about fighting the BJP, and he cannot be seen as hand in glove with the BJP government. Then now we have to remember Vikramaditya Singh is the Minister for Urban Development and PWD, and he comes from the legacy of Veerabhadra Singh, who has been the Chief Minister of the Congress in Himachal. He comes from a political there, and he has made dissenting remarks even in the past, because he was seen as one of the contenders for the CM's post. So clearly his by the Congress leadership is of utmost political importance, and we'll have to wait and watch as to how this issue unfolds.
Right, thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the latest on that. Moving on now, getting you the very latest as far as the Muda scam is concerned, and big update coming in with the Loca-Yukta police filing an FIR against the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Well, in an exclusive interview, Loca-Yukta has gone on to say that the probe against the Chief Minister, with the law being equal for all. Now, the police of the Loca-Yukta has registered an FIR against the Chief Minister of the state in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority site allocation. As far as the move comes, days after a special court in Bengaluru ordered directing the Loca-Yukta to carry out a probe against Siddaramaiah on allegations of illegal. These are the, the allegations are in regard to the allotment of 14 sites worth 56 crore rupees to the Chief Minister's wife. Now, let's just also listen in to what was really said by Siddaramaiah, who remains defiant, says, I will not be resigning. He is also asking, did the Prime Minister tender his resignation of the Godhra riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at the time. Now, in an exclusive interaction with NDTV, Loca-Yukta has said that law is equal for everyone. Let's listen in.
In fact, when you talk of the Loca-Yukta probe, most of the officials seem to suggest that they have been working as an independent body, and that if you have to cast aspersions on the Loca-Yukta, then one cannot really stop themselves from casting aspersions on the CBI as well. So the entire gamut of politics in Karnataka revolves around how effective or how independent is Loca-Yukta versus CBI, and on parallelly you have another political flashpoint where we are talking of the BJP versus Congress, which is indulging in a face-off of sorts with respect to the governor and the CM, which is the third parallel fight that is on in Karnataka. But as far as the Muda allegations are concerned, yes, it is definitely a big blow to the Chief Minister as far as the FIR that has been registered against him. However, he has been defiant. He's been suggesting that there has been an FIR that was registered against H.D. Kumarasamy of the JDS as well. But did he resign then? Why should I resign now? These are the kind of statements coming from the Chief Minister's stable. And as far as the BJP goes, they have been upping their ante. They have been staging protests, even in Mysuru today, where the CM visited the place, where they did stage protests calling for his resignation and also demanding a CBI probe. But as per protocol, yes, an FIR needs to be registered as per the court's direction. But then there were a lot of complaints that were raised on social media by the complainant himself, stating that there was a lot of delay in the process in terms of registering the FIR, and it was mainly due to that social media post as well as the complainant heading to the media that the Loca-Yukta has taken action today. But we'll have to wait to see how this investigation would proceed and what will be the legal recourse that would be taken by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Back to you. We have with us Justice B. Veerappa from the Loca-Yukta. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, there are a lot of aspersions cast on the institution saying that they would come under the state influence. What are your thoughts on this?
What aspirations?
So they say that it comes under the state's influence and investigation cannot really proceed with certain cases.
This is independent body. We work independently without no question of influence. This is independent body.
So when a case gets registered, what are the kind of due procedures that are followed?
See, we have our own procedure in the Loca-Yukta Act. If any aggrieved person lodge a complaint, we will post a certain preliminary note will ascertain whether it's made out a case. If satisfied, then we'll issue notice to the other side. We'll get the comments from the other side. After getting comments, that comment will send to the complainant, giving an opportunity, get his rejoinder. Thereafter, we will decide whether it made out a case or not.
And now with Loca-Yukta filing an FIR in the Muda case, what does this really mean for the Chief Minister going forward from here? We will keep tracking all the very latest, but switching tracks from Karnataka now to Andhra Pradesh. In the Tirupati Prasad Rao that has exploded, and it's Jagan Reddy who has gone ahead and cancelled his visit to the Tirumala temples. Now, he has gone on to say that the reason that he has cancelled his visit is because he got a notice from the police saying that he has no permission to go to the temple, questioning as to why and when does one really require a permission to go to the temples in the state. He's also gone on to say that he was threatened with an arrest.
Probably never in the history of this country, probably, we have ever witnessed such a situation where you actually have a situation where if somebody were to visit a temple, people have been barred from visiting temple. These are the notices. The notices say that the ex-Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Reddy is visiting Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, and that program does not have the approval of the government. And if any Karyakarta participates in this program, cases would be booked on them.
Initially, this particular press meet that he has conducted was regarding his entry into Tirumala. We have not issued him any notice, or neither I believe the police has also not issued him any notice that you shouldn't enter Tirumala. The only thing was there was a request and there was a demand from various organizations, not just TDP or Janasena or Bharatiya Janata Party or somebody. Even the Honorable Chief Minister Garu requested that whoever is visiting Tirumala kindly uphold the traditions and customs of Tirumala. And also, there is, as I said, there is a rule book of that also. According to the Endowments Department Act 30 of 1987, a GO was also issued, GO number 311, if I remember correctly, in the year 1990, asking for a declaration to be given. Again, coming back to his question of saying that there are so many, irregularities and misrepresentations, the point is, when a vigilance inquiry was conducted in the month of July, that's when they found it out, and immediately that was reported, and the further investigations are going on in that particular issue. If, as quoted by Mr. Jagan Reddy, if we wanted to make it, political issue, we would have immediately raised it then and there itself, which we did not. Neither the Honorable Chief Minister Garu did it. After thorough investigation, after thorough, the entire documentation, that's when the issue was raised by the Honorable Chief Minister Garu, and now there is a sit inquiry going on in it. So what's the problem?
And switching tracks from Andhra Pradesh to poll-bound Haryana, the Dabwali Assembly seat in Haryana's Sirsa district is witnessing an interesting fight between an uncle and a nephew. Congress has fielded Amit Sehag, and the INLD has nominated Aditya Devilal. Aditya Devilal is the grandson of former Deputy Prime Minister and former Haryana Chief Minister Devilal, and Amit Sehag is from Devilal's clan in the Chotala village. Speaking to NDTV, Amit Sehag attacked the JJP, saying that the party had failed the farmers during the farmers' protest. Listen in.
Welcome to NDTV. So how do you see this election? Because do you feel any challenges in this election?
I believe this is going to be a historic election in that case, because for once, and which I'm really happy about after the Lok Sabha election as well, that people are talking about agendas and what are the main issues. So we are basically, the core plank we are fighting this election on is on development as well as changing the kind of system which was prevailing here. Initially, there's a atmosphere of fear. There was an atmosphere where people didn't really come among the people before the elections, and everything was basically managed by that whole system which was running here. And we tried to change that discourse to Sharafat and Vikas ki Rajniti, which is our kind of a core plank we have been working on. I was a MLA elected in the opposition, yet I tried to make a presence felt of this area which was missing. Before, only the name of the village was known to the people. Now people know there's a constituency called Diwali. So that has been the core change, and I believe even being in the opposition, I tried successfully, and I've been successful in doing a lot of things. Like this area became a police district was a big example of that. So now the narrative is that the people are disillusioned with the BJP government. The people are disillusioned with the JJP because of the promises they made, and they said that this is a party of the farmers. And when the biggest farm agitation of the world happened, and this was an epicenter of that, and yet they turned their faces to the farmers, and they kind of chose to sit in the government. So that has been, I believe, something which, and if you attach the whole corruption issues which have been going on for the last 4 years. So I think so all that people are disillusioned with these parties, and they want to change. And the positive change they see is in the Congress party. Whole politics since the Lok Sabha is that people they're joining their hands, they're coming together irrespective of the political lineage they might have beforehand, and they want to change this politics, and they want somebody who is among them, whom they can approach easily, whom they can talk to easily, and who can really who has a vision to work for the development of the area. And I believe that is going to be winning. The will of the people would win over, I would literally say, I use a phrase which our Prime Minister had used earlier, it's literally an election between Namdar and Kamdar. So there's a Namdar which everybody knows about, like there's this family, though I come from the similar family, but our agenda and politics has been drastically different always.
Right, switching tracks now to Delhi, and the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the pollution body, saying that everything is up in the air, asking as to many questions. The Supreme Court has questioned the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps in order to monitor the air quality and curb the pollution in the national capital. The Commission for Air Quality Management did not form any committee for monitoring the air quality, is what was said in court. There has been total non-compliance of the Act, questioning if any committees have been constituted, asking to show a single step taken, what directions have been used under the Act, just also asking, to show a single direction issued, adding that it's all in the air, nothing they have showed as to what they have said to the states of the NCR.
The air quality is already going to be very poisonous here in the national capital, and hearing the case of pollution, Supreme Court today came down heavily on CAQM and in fact said that we are nearing a situation like emergency, and CAQM needs to be more active. Today, in fact, very tough questions were put to the CAQM chairperson, who in fact had joined online on this hearing, and Supreme Court today asked as to how many meetings have been conducted by CAQM, and also in fact what are the directions that have been issued and what action has CAQM taken until now, on which official has the action been taken. So all of these questions were put in front of the CAQM chairperson, and he said, regarding the meeting, CAQM chairperson said that a meeting is being held once in 3 months. Over that as well, Supreme Court in fact wrapped CAQM saying that what is going to come out of one meeting in 3 months. The Supreme Court said that there needs to be IAS officers also in this committee, in this commission, and also asked, and also in fact asked that till now, if we talk about the experts, there seems to be no experts in this commission. So now, the hearing is going to continue on Thursday, and before that, the court in fact has said that a better compliance report need to be submitted by CAQM on, in fact, the steps taken, the directions issued, and also the action taken so far. Here, in fact, what is also interesting to, note here is that CAQM did say that their work is to issue directions. When it comes to the enforcement, it is actually with the state government.
Right, Ishika, this comes at a time when an incident of stubble burning has already begun in Amritsar. So it is, in fact, the farmers who are saying that they are helpless. They really do not want to burn the stubble, but they have literally no option. So the farmers there are talking about how they are helpless, but it is the Punjab government that is shifting the onus onto the centre, saying that they require more funds. Let's listen in.
किसान कोई भी पराली ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੇਤ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਰਚਾ ਚੜਦਾ ਵਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਨਵੀਂ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਇਜਾਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੋਹੇ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਕਬਾੜ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਸੰਦ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਰੀਦਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੱਲ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਵੇਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਥਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ
इसकी 500 करोड़ रुपए दी है और ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਰਾਬਤਾ ਵੀ ਕਾਇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਸਾੜਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਧੂਏ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਧੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਉੱਡਦਾ ਨਾ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਗਾਂਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਮੁਆਵਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ 1500 ਰੁਪਇਆ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਫਿਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਰੁਕ ਸਕਦਾ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ 10000 ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਦੂਜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
And switching tracks now is the BJP's Sundar Singh Tanwar, who has been nominated to the 18th and final seat of the Delhi's Municipal Corporation Standing Committee. Tanwar got 115 votes and the number of BJP councils in the House. Tanwar's win, which will almost certainly be challenged in court, means that the BJP now has control over the Standing Committee, which is widely seen as a real power behind the municipal body. The BJP now has 10 of its 18 members and can select the chair. The Aam Aadmi Party that boycotted the civic body polls has 125 councillors, and had the party voted and provided none of its vote would have been poached by the BJP, it would most likely have won the election and the control of the Standing Committee, which takes most of the municipal body's financial decisions. And switching tracks now, the strike by more than 1,000 workers of the Samsung Electronics manufacturing plant at Kanchipuram has entered its 19th day, demanding recognition of union, pay revision and equal pay for equal work. While the strike had hit a 50 production of the production ahead of this festive season, the company has yet again appealed to workers to return, saying that it would consider all their demands except recognition of their union. NDTV Sam Daniel spoke to Samsung's legal counsel. Let's listen.
Workers at the Samsung Electronics manufacturing plant at Kanchipuram are on strike for more than 2 weeks. Joining us now, Mr. Anand Gopalan, the counsel for Samsung. Thank you very much for your time. Could you give us a sense of what are the sticking points since the talks are underway?
It appears to be that the striking workmen want a wage increase before they call off the strike. But if the management on the hand wants them to call off the strike and is willing to sit and discuss and not with a threat of strike hanging over their neck that they don't want to hold the talks at this point of time. That seems to be the major sticking point. And of course the recognition of union, which the management has said at the moment doesn't even arise because the registration of the union itself has not happened.
Are they talking about CITU?
Yeah, they want affiliated to be affiliated to CITU union.
But you're not okay with that?
It is not a question of being okay with it. At the moment, I don't think management has come to any decision on it, and that question has not come. And as far as the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned, there is no law which mandates that a management has to recognize the union. So it is the discretion of the management whether to recognize or not to recognize the union. So therefore, the management can't be forced to recognize the union in Tamil Nadu.
All right. And then they say they cannot be forced to work on a regular basis in terms of overtime every day.
I don't think anybody is being forced to work on a regular basis on overtime, and I don't think the management has done that. It's at their option to work. There are statutory provisions for it. There are authorities who look into such complaints. A strike in any event can't be for this. There are mechanisms to redress if they have grievances, and the management is willing to discuss and talk with them. It's only to arm twist the management for their demands, which certainly are far higher than what the management may need to pay, that they've gone on this illegal strike.
Sam Daniel there speaking with the counsel of the Samsung Electronics. Well, with that, we're slipping to a very short break. Coming up next is India Sense with my colleague Gauri Trivedi. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID. New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's युवा Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, youth for change. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps. Welcome to India Sense. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Let's start the show with headlines this Friday evening. First up, an anti-establishment mood grips India's neighborhood after Bangladesh and Pakistan. Sri Lanka is the latest country that is witnessing rising voter resentment due to high living costs and disenchantment with ruling elite. What can New Delhi do in these times? Ahead of the 22nd round of military talks between India and China, reports suggest positive progress on de-escalation and disengagement in the over 4-year standoff between the Himalayan neighbors. Fresh trouble brewing in Pakistan as Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif is set to bring a new law to create a federal constitutional court that will supersede the country's Supreme Court. As Sharif tries to shore up the numbers in both houses of parliament, the bill will tame the Pakistani judiciary and end even a modicum of judicial independence. As the conflict in Lebanon deepens, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejects ceasefire plans. Reports suggest Israel is planning for a ground invasion that is set to escalate the crisis in the region. And clamour for India to be given a permanent seat at the United Nations grows. 3 out of the 5 P5 members, that's US, UK and France, back India's bid. On to the big story on the show, the growing anti-establishment trend in India's neighborhood. Sri Lankans elected Kumara Dissanayake because he represented an anti-establishment choice. Follows what happened in Bangladesh on the 5th of August when Sheikh Hasina's 15-year reign came to an abrupt end. The same script is now playing out in Pakistan with sea of Imran Khan's supporters seeking his release. In all these situations, it's the interplay of anti-incumbency with a popular desire for change and economic conditions that disproportionately hurt the poor that was evident. Fractured polity added to the anti-establishment mood. As economic situation remains grim, as in the case of Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Bangladesh, India must brace for volatile electorates as public disenchantment is likely to stay. Before we go ahead, listen in to what Dr. Jaishankar had to say about these grim realities in the neighborhood.
We were doing it as a good neighbor who did not want to see that kind of economic meltdown at our doorstep. In the case of Bangladesh, I would say it's a little bit different. What we have done over the last, particularly over the last decade, is to do projects of various kinds which have been good for both of us. That, you know, economic activity overall has picked up, logistics of that region has improved, and I think, you know, both countries have gained a lot out of that. So I would urge you not to be deterministic about it. It's not like, it's not as though India is seeking to control every political move of every neighbor. That's not how it works.
That's just not how it works, actually. India is far bigger than its neighbors. Its neighboring countries share a border with India, but not with each other. And this is fanning a sense of vulnerability to India's size. India's neighbors are also deeply connected to New Delhi on cultural, religious, and civilizational bonds. And as they assert their separate identity as nations, their policies often add to the complexity that is the subcontinent. So what should India do? New Delhi's approach should be to continue the engagement, whether it's on bilateral trade, whether it's on aid or grants, or whether it's the people-to-people connect. As the size of the Indian economy grows to 7 trillion, possibly 10 trillion in coming years, the size of all these engagement options will also grow significantly. But till then, as these smaller neighbors that surround India, they assert their separate identity and position, India will do well to help address the public disenchantment that is the root cause of the anger that we saw in the last couple of months. Shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show, Pakistan's tryst with democracy and constitution. It's been a failed one. Its experiments with electoral framework have always ended with either the popular mandate being stolen or usurped, or worse still, elected prime ministers being behind bars, allowing the Pakistani army to be relevant and at the center of governance and also furthering its anti-India agenda. But what's happening right now in Pakistan could be the very last straw in Pakistan's constitutional framework. Shahbaz Sharif is trying to create a federal court that will sit on top of the Supreme Court of Pakistan, making it redundant. Precipitated by Imran Khan's continued popularity and Shahbaz Sharif's desire to have a pliant judiciary, what he's trying to do along with the army and the entire political class is coming out with a whole host of amendments. Take a look at this report to know the extent of damage that it could do to Pakistan and its constitution. Imran Khan is popular, and nothing that the Pakistani political establishment does to stop him seems to work. In this year's rigged election, Imran Khan wasn't allowed to contest, and his party was stripped of its symbol too, leading to his members contesting as independents, an order that the Supreme Court later reversed. To ensure there are no more such judicial surprises, Pakistan's political class has come up with the unthinkable, making the country's Supreme Court redundant by creating a federal constitutional court. Known as the Constitutional Package, a legislation is aimed to strip the Supreme Court of its powers to adjudicate on constitutional matters, reducing it to appellate civil and criminal matters. National security issues will not be challenged. The appointment to the FCC will be done by the President and the Prime Minister, and a committee that will effectively end the present collegium system. The age of retirement for Supreme Court justices right now in Pakistan is 65, but for the proposed FCC, the age will be 68. This will mean most judges would like to extend their careers by being on the right side of the government. The legislative delay is only because Shahbaz Sharif is trying to shore up the numbers, since a constitutional amendment requires 2/3 majority, and the ruling alliance is short by 12 in the lower house and 9 in the upper house. But with all political parties united, it's a matter of time before Pakistan's judiciary is tamed. Pakistan's constitution has no sanctity. It barely survives 2 presidential terms. So it's hardly a matter of great surprise, but what's happening here it means that the army's iron grip over the judiciary will be strengthened further, and Imran Khan's supporters will feel even more cheated than what they felt after the 8th of February election. In both these scenarios, there will be more volatility in a state that is fast-tracking its own descent. Second wide-angle story on the show. Prime Minister Modi's peace efforts in Russia-Ukraine conflict are not just limited to creating a conducive environment for talks to take place or restricted to delivering messages from the other side. It is in fact much more. It is in New Delhi's geostrategic interests that the war ends soon, which is why New Delhi's interests are far more. Before we talk about why it matters for New Delhi that this conflict ends soon, listen in to what Ukrainian President Zelensky said when he said that India must continue to play a role.
There is no separate UN charter for BRICS or for the G7. There is no separate Russian-Iranian UN charter or no separate Chinese-Brazilian UN charter. There is one UN charter which unites everyone, must unite everyone. We have to prepare the second peace summit to end the war altogether. And I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India. We are working with African nations, with all of Latin America, Middle East, Central Asia, Europe, the Pacific region, North America, all.
So why should this matter to India? Well, the longer this war continues, the more likelihood exists that the Sino-Russian collaboration will only grow. In 2023, the Russia-China trade touched $240 billion. It's set to cross $300 billion this year. China is Russia's largest trading partner. Russia is China's 6th largest trading partner. The share of China's currency in the Russian domestic market has grown from 1% 2 years back to a whopping 30%. It's already the currency of trade. And military experts say that the collaboration between these two countries has in fact extended for making attack drones as well. Of course, Russia needs India, but Russia also needs China. And from an economic and military point of view, the longer the escalation goes on and conflict goes on, the likelihood of this partnership between Russia and China growing closer is much higher, which is why, for its own geopolitical situation and commitments, it is very important for New Delhi to play an active role to ensure that this conflict comes to an end. All right, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. We come back on the other side with a very important conversation with Mukesh Aghi on the US-India ties and the semiconductor partnership. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
For every news from every part of the country, download कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूले हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप। सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society.
Welcome back. This is India Sense. Now, Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US led to one of the most consequential agreements between the two countries, that is technical collaboration for creating fabs for national security requirements. This is a first for both US and India. It sets the framework for greater tie-ups between New Delhi and Washington. And joining me in this segment is Mukesh Aghi of USISPF to talk about the bilateral relationship and also the US elections, which are now in their last lap. All right, Mr. Aghi, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you about the India-US relationship. It's amidst the tie-up that has been announced between the two countries. It's unprecedented and sets the stage for what else?
So I think you have to look at the our relationship a little broader, and then I'll come down to the specific question on chip side. You have a stress point taking place between US and China. And US has realized that its industrial base in manufacturing is in China, not in the United States. And for it to be able to deal in time of in a time of stress, either war or COVID, for example, it needs to be close to having its own industrial base, or with friendshoring, where it can depend on the supply chain. And so keep it in mind, also India-China relationship, which is at a stress point. So keeping that in mind, US and India realize that they need to work together to deal with the assertive and aggressive China. And US also has realized that its population is aging. It doesn't have the capacity to build a large industrial manufacturing base. So it has decided that it's going to partner with India to build that large industrial base, because the population of India is young. It's a very well-educated population, plus the market demand for products being manufactured in India will grow up, because it's a $4 trillion economy. It'll become a $5 trillion economy. So keeping that in mind, manufacturing chips is a natural progression. That's one of the initiatives. Today, every chip in the world is designed in India because we don't have the fabs, so they're not manufactured. So that's where US has taken the lead. Okay, let's start with the military chip manufacturing so you can supply each other on the defense side itself. So I think you will see not just on that, you're seeing that in GE jet engines now, partnership with HAL to be manufactured. You will see a lot of other areas. So I think the next few years, you'll see a massive deluge of manufacturing moving by the US companies into India.
That's an That's a very important point. And in fact, staying with technology, Prime Minister Modi met the who's who of big tech in the US. Where do you see the tech collaboration going from here on between US and India?
So I think when you look at the track record, government don't run their businesses very effective and efficiently. And that's where the private sector plays a critical role, especially when you're looking at very high-tech manufacturing. So I think you will see effort both by government of India and US government to bring in private partners. So for example, we're seeing now on the chip side, Tatas are getting involved. You have others getting involved. You look at on the plane manufacturing side, again, Tatas have done partnership with Airbus, with Boeing, with Lockheed. So I think while government will take the initiative, the execution has to come from the private sector.
Right. You mentioned friendshoring at the beginning of this discussion. Donald Trump is promising just that. How much do you think it will have an impact on countries like India if jobs go back to the US?
So I think, you know, if you look at Trump mentioned the same thing when he was the president. Yes, he did impose tariffs on Chinese goods coming in, but you know, who pays for it? It's the consumer. And we already have a inflation in the country we're trying to control. And by putting 60%, 200% tariffs on goods coming in from Mexico or other part, it is going to impact the consumer. And the basically economists are saying that this is not the viable way to build an economy, to build a manufacturing area. So I don't think by putting massive tariff, and we've learned this in India also, by having high barriers, it does not convince the companies to move manufacturing in India. It has to be pull and push strategy, like India has done by setting up PLI scheme to encourage in a positive reinforcement manner for them to set up manufacturing in India. So I think Trump's statements are very political. Past record shows that they were not executed. And I don't see in the future they're getting executed also. So I think India should not worry about from that perspective. It should just continue its momentum and build on what's good for India.
All right, Mr. Aghi, we leave it there. Thanks much for speaking to me on India Sets. Shifting focus. All right, climate change is now not an issue that future generations will have to worry. It's the present generation because it's now a matter of grave concern. The emissions that are being released are now leading to underground fires from locations as disparate as the Arctic to Brazil. And it's the developed nations that cannot shy away from what they have done and must bear responsibility. This report is another grim reminder of the damage that has been done in 200 years of industrialization. Take a look.
This is the Arctic tundra, one of the coldest regions in the world, now home to the worst fire year since 2020. In fact, 8.6 million acres of Arctic tundra have been consumed due to blazes burning across Siberia for months to end. As humanity continues to tinker with the environment, the pushback from Mother Nature is now becoming even more intense. There are now a growing number of underground fires, from Arctic tundra to the peatlands in Indonesia, that move downwards. These emit massive quantities of greenhouse gases, undercutting all efforts to control the climate crisis. Arctic today is getting hotter. In fact, research suggests it's warming faster than any other region on Earth. And the carbon-rich peat under it that protects it from any fire is now drying up fast. In fact, it gets worse. The peat fires increase permafrost thawing, which releases methane, making the Arctic even hotter and continuing this cycle. In the next 2 to 3 decades, scientists say a third of the world's permafrost will disappear due to higher emissions. This could mean everything from present infrastructure like roads, bridges, etc., disappearing to present water bodies like lakes, rivers, going underground and creating droughts. If this doesn't set alarm bells ringing, then what will?
All right, on to the quick take segment with crisp editorial views on issues that matter to India. Take a look.
By all indications, Israel's conflict with Lebanon is set to escalate. Israel's stated objective is that it wants to ensure return of all its citizens in the north who were forced to move in the wake of Hezbollah's repeated attacks. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced a ground invasion in Lebanon in coming days. Even as diplomatic community scrambles for solutions to prevent an all-out war, Tel Aviv is yet to come out with a clear political strategy. Its operational achievements have been spectacular in recent days, but to convert them into larger political victories requires a plan. At this stage, all Israel can hope for is a tactical escalation followed by a de-escalation on its own terms. Chinese economy got a booster shot from the government as fears loom large that the world's second largest economy may miss its growth target for the second time in 3 years. Chinese central bank announced major monetary policy stimulus like rate cuts, allowing banks to have more cash and bigger incentives for home purchase to kickstart growth. But cheaper money may not be enough to revive consumer spending due to the continued troubles in the property sector and looming job losses due to poor corporate profits. One-time cash handouts by China is a rare admission that its policies have had little impact. But a drastic fall in revenues from land sales have crippled indebted local governments' finances. And for them to invest in growth-boosting projects, the central government needs to do a lot more. Indian equity markets hit record highs this week as Sensex touched the 85,000 mark and Nifty crossed 26,000, both lifetime highs. These were a tribute to the growing equity culture in India, with a rising number of Indians now investing in markets. India is also witnessing large inflow of funds due to the combination of several factors. Fed rate cut has started a cycle of lower rates that will boost spends. Recession fears related to US economy seems to have reduced now, and positive global growth outlook is now a clear factor. As markets grow, some correction is bound to happen, but the trend is clear. India is said to be one of the largest recipients of foreign inflows, and government must do more to ensure that India remains attractive.
All right, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan.
When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव इज बैक।
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी. She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है.
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो.
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ. और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ कसम.
युवा यूथ फॉर चेंज.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है. आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है.
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो.
पैसाबाजार.com.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप. सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट. देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर. Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and region.
Himachal eateries row. Congress tells Vikramaditya to eat his words. Congress has pulled up Himachal Minister Vikramaditya Singh after summoning him to Delhi. Sources say Congress High Command is upset with the minister praising the UP model of displaying details of owners at eateries and food stalls. Tirupati politics explodes now. Former Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Reddy cancels his Tirumala visit after being asked to sign a declaration of belief for non-Hindu. Says he got a notice from police saying he didn't have permission and was also threatened with an arrest. Jagan Reddy has claimed he was denied permission, also threatened with arrest, while TDP has denied all the charges. Loca-Yukta files FIR against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Loca-Yukta has filed an FIR against Siddaramaiah. This is with regard to the Muda case. In an exclusive interaction with NDTV, Loca-Yukta official has said that law is equal for everyone. In the midst of Muda controversy, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah remains defiant and steadfast on his decision to not resign. He says he's ready for any probe but will not resign. And he has also asked, did the Prime Minister tender his resignation after the riots as his capacity as the Chief Minister of Gujarat at that time. All up in the air, Supreme Court has pulled up pollution panel. Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor air quality and curb air pollution in the National Capital Region. In fact, the top court has said that it's all in the air and nothing has been done to show that anti-pollution measures are being controlled. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tirumala again is at the center of a political crossroads. YSR Congress President Jagan Reddy has cancelled his planned visit to Tirumala temple on Saturday, which was meant to atone for the sin that he said was committed by the Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. Jagan Reddy also said that he was threatened with arrest. But now Chandrababu Naidu is addressing media. He is making some important points. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
ఇప్పుడు ఆయన మాట్లాడేది చూస్తే ఆయనకి ఏ సాకులు ఉన్నాయో నాకు తెలియదు పోకుండా ఉండడానికి. కానీ ఆయన ఏదో నిలిపేశారు, నోటీసులు ఇచ్చారని మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. కెన్ యూ షో ఎనీ నోటీస్? నేను స్ట్రైట్గా అడుగుతాను, నీకు నోటీసులు ఏమైనా ఇచ్చారా? నిన్ను వెళ్ళవద్దని ఎవరన్నా
Chandrababu Naidu
చెప్పారా?
addressing the media, asking whether
Iste
any notice has been
media
issued to Jagan Mohan Reddy, because he says
Enduku
he's making it seem like there have been notices that have been given, because of which he's unable to go to the Tirumala temple, and Chief Minister saying that there has been no notice that's been given.
ఎందుకంటే ప్రజా జీవితంలో ఉండే మనందరం కొన్ని సాంప్రదాయాలు పాటించాలి.
People in public life
నేను దీన్ని చాలా స్పష్టంగా అడుగుతున్నాను.
should follow the traditions and should follow what needs to be done.
సమాజంలో ఏ మతానికైనా కొన్ని సాంప్రదాయాలు ఉంటాయి, ఆచారాలు ఉంటాయి.
Every religion in society has certain traditions.
గౌరవించి తీరవలసిందే. దేవుని యొక్క ఆచారాలు
If you want to visit a place of worship, you need to respect those traditions.
సమయం గాని ఏ వ్యక్తి గాని గొప్పవాడు కాదు. ఈ విషయం మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది.
No one is above
దేవుడి
those
ఆచారాలని
beliefs and
భక్తుల
traditions.
మనోభావాలను ప్రశ్నించేలా ధిక్కరించేలాగా ఎవరూ ప్రవర్తించకూడదు. ఇప్పుడు కలియుగ వైకుంఠం
No one should disrespect the traditions of the God and the beliefs of the devotees.
హిందువులకి అతి
And
పెద్ద
you cannot act in a manner that is humiliating to both.
అది హిందువులకు అందరికీ ఒక దివ్య క్షేత్రం. ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ఒక కోరిక, జీవితంలో ఒక్కసారైనా వెంకటేశ్వర
That's a very sacred place for Hindus. He's referring to the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam.
మొక్కులు తీర్చుకోవాలి అనేది ప్రతి ఒక్కరి యొక్క కోరిక. ఇవన్నీ కూడా అది మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండడం,
Everyone wants to visit, have a darshan and get their desires, hopes
అత్యంత
fulfilled.
పవిత్రంగా భావించే ఈ క్షేత్ర పవిత్రత కాపాడవలసిన బాధ్యత ప్రతి ఒక్కరి పైన ఉంది. అలాంటిది
Everyone has a duty to protect the safeguard the sanctity of such a place which is considered extremely sacred by its devotees.
పాటించాలి.
All the rules and regulations of the temple will have to be followed.
కొందరి మనోభావాలు కూడా దెబ్బతినే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. అందుకే
The sentiments of the people can be
అతను
heard.
మాట్లాడిన మాటలు చూస్తే నేను వెళ్తాను, అవి కరెక్ట్ కాదు. నేను హితో పలుకుతున్నా, అనుభవంతో.
The way he spoke today is wrong. It hurts the
నేను ఇంత
sentiments of
మునుపు
the
కూడా
people.
పోయాను, నేను ఎందుకు పోకూడదంటే ఇంత మునుపు మీరు రూల్ వైలేట్ చేస్తే మళ్ళీ చేయాలా?
Well, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu making some important points there, saying that temples are run by traditions and rules, and these are age-old rules that have to be followed by anybody who wants to visit them. This is in the context of YSR Congress President Jagan Mohan Reddy cancelling his planned visit to Tirumala temple, which was scheduled to happen tomorrow. Joining me is my colleague Uma Sudhi, who's been tracking this case. Uma, tell us the important takeaways from Chandrababu Naidu's press conference, and also tell us, take us through what really happened today with Jagan Mohan Reddy, and what did he exactly say which warranted Chandrababu Naidu to come out and say all this?
So the Chief Minister, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, has just about begun his press conference in which he is rebutting the claims of Jagan Mohan Reddy, who seemed to suggest that he was not given permission to go to the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, and Chandrababu Naidu is saying that it is irresponsible on his part. Is he able to show any notice is a question that he is raising, saying that there is no restriction on Jagan Mohan Reddy to go, but that the rules, traditions, beliefs of the temple and its devotees will have to be respected, and whoever wants to go there will have to follow those traditions, because this is a place that is considered very, very sacred by the devotees of Lord Venkateshwara, and he says those sentiments will have to be respected. You cannot say that I have visited in the past as well, and therefore I should be allowed to visit. All this was triggered by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy actually showing certain notices in a press conference that he held earlier today, actually around 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, in which he said that notices have been issued to all the YSRCP cadres, leaders, sarpanches and MLAs, telling them not to come to Tirumala because the proposed visit of Jagan Mohan Reddy was there, and that the notice had told them that legal action would be taken against them, that cases would be booked against them if they came there, because no permission had been granted for that. while Jagan Reddy spoke about the issue of declaration, and he said that while he does read the Bible within the four walls of his home, when he steps outside, he can be a Hindu, he can be a Muslim or a Christian, and that he respects all those traditions. And he said that in the past as well, he has multiple times visited the temple. He said he went with the Prime Minister, he has gone with the Governor, he has also gone accompanied the Chief Justice, and at that time no questions were raised, and that the question is being raised now. Of course, Jagan Reddy was to visit the temple tomorrow in the morning. What I must point out is that there were certain boards that came up in Tirumala. While some boards always existed speaking about the kind of an advisory for non-Hindus that they must give a declaration about their faith and reverence for both the temple as well as the presiding deity. More number of boards had come up today. There is a police force presence had increased in that place, and both Mr. Chandrababu Naidu as well as the BJP chief Purandeshwari and other leaders had said that he can only enter the temple, or he should enter the temple only after giving a declaration, because he does not happen to be from the Hindu community. So that is what triggered the press conference by Jagan Reddy, who, while talking about the declaration becoming the politics, he suggested that Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was indulging in diversionary politics, as he called it, and he said while diverting people's attention away from the 100 days of rule, he had spoken about the Tirupati Laddoo, and that he had made mistakes on that count, and now was talking about the declaration politics. So what I should point out overall is that in a sense, the Hindu identity seems to have taken center stage in Andhra Pradesh, because leaders of Andhra Pradesh, not just from the BJP but also from Telangana, Tamil Nadu, are echoing what Pawan Kalyan has been saying that the Hindu and the Hindu religion is taken lightly, taken for granted. No one dares to talk about Islam or Christianity, and that this is time now for the Hindu, in a sense, to assert their identity and protect what they believe are their values and traditions. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Uma Sudhi, for joining us with those critical details. Remember that all of this started with Chandrababu Naidu claiming that animal fat was used to make the famous laddoos, the Shrivari laddoos, which have a legacy of 300 years. He had quoted tests that were done by NDTV, the National Dairy Development Board. These are laddoos that are offered as prasad at the shrine, and also devotees. In fact, there are 3 lakh laddoos that are made every day. And of course, today, addressing a press conference, Jagan Reddy, who is at the center of the storm and is being blamed for not really looking after the quality of the laddoos, he said that he has been denied permission to go to Tirumala. Now, this decision comes, and this has, of course, given lots of ammunition to the TDP. Remember, Jagan Reddy was the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and he was also supposed to sign a declaration meant for non-Hindus, which the TTD has said that is an existing rule with the temple. Now, the parties have said that according to the rules of the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, which manages the Tirumala Tirupati temple, foreigners and non-Hindus should declare their reverence to Lord Venkateshwara, to whom the temple is dedicated, just before they visit the shrine. And this is all about following the rules. But is it just about following the rules, or is the problem being escalated for political reasons? That's what we will discuss tonight. Joining me is Satish Reddy of the YSRCP. We also have Professor Josna Tirunagari, who represents the TDP. Thank you so much for joining us, both of. But first, let's listen into what Jagan Reddy, the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, said today.
Probably never in the history of this country, we have ever witnessed such a situation where you actually have a situation where if somebody were to visit a temple, people have been barred from visiting temple. These are the notices. The notices say that the ex-Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Reddy is visiting Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, and that program does not have the approval of the government. And if any Karyakarta participates in this program, cases would be booked on them.
Okay, let me go across to Professor Jyotsna first. Ma'am, we know that this is an old rule. That's what sources have been telling us. But new signboards have announcing this rule have sprung up ever since the YSR Congress chief announced his visit. Everybody knows that Jagan Mohan Reddy is a Christian. Why is the TDP raising this issue now?
Vasudha, good evening to you and my co-panelists. But TDP has never raised this issue, Vasudha. He himself is talking about it. It's a rule of the temple, and the temple, whenever you go to any temple, Vasudha, it's not you or me or Jagan Mohan Reddy or anybody in particular is not asked to do it. Whoever goes, whoever it is, Abdul Kalam ji signed it, Sonia Gandhi ji signed it, so many foreigners who visit sign it, whoever, whenever they try to go there, it's just a mark of respect to the God, a mark of faith in God, that's it, nothing more, nothing less. Why is Jagan Mohan Reddy making a huge fuss out of it? Because see, what is his intention, Vasudha? What did he tell us yesterday? He said he wants to go to Tirumala, offer prayers to Lord Balaji and ask apologies to Lord Balaji for the sins committed by Chandrababu Naidu garu. That is what was his statement yesterday. Simple, right? If it was his intention, he would have simply gone there, signed the declaration, which is the rule of the temple, sign the declaration, go, stand in front of the God, tell what you want to tell God, do it and come out. Simple, no. Why are you merely spreading lies? Because nobody stopped him from going to the temple. In fact, if I have to quote correctly, Vasudha, the Superintendent of Police of Tirupati district has very clearly given a press statement saying that all the necessary security arrangements for the Honorable ex-Chief Minister's visit to Tirumala have been taken. But because there is an, chance of, because they are trying to, run with the emotions and all that stuff, not many people would be allowed to come along with him. He can go there, offer his prayers to God, and he can go back to his place.
Absolutely.
That was what his program was.
Reddy, I'd like to draw this
1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finish, ma'am. Yeah.
Vasudha, the only point is, it is again a political drama of Jagan Mohan Reddy garu, because I request him, and on behalf of Telugu Desam Party, on behalf of the government, I request him, kindly, as promised, go to Tirumala, sign the declaration, stand in front of the God, offer your apologies for the sins that you and your people have committed. I request.
Okay,
because
Satish,
I know.
Satish Reddy, you heard what the TDP spokesperson had to say, and also what the Chief Minister of Andhra is saying, that there is no notice, there is no, there's permission for him. All arrangements have been made. He's the former Chief Minister. He just has to sign a declaration. I know by signing the declaration, it may seem like he's submitting politically, but it is just a declaration, sir. And Lord Venkateshwara is not just a religious concept. He's seen as a cultural phenomenon as well, something that Jagan Mohan Reddy himself said, that I've been to the temple even before I was the Chief Minister. What is preventing him from giving that declaration?
The things what Chandrababu Naidu garu is preaching and what is happening here in ground is very different. Just how I heard, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go on.
Yeah. Just now, I've seen the clipping of Chandrababu Naidu garu telling that nobody was obstructed from going to the temple. I'll just show you this. This is the notice. I think Madam is also Telugu speaking. She can see the notice. This has been served to me, and I'll just read it out. Sri Satish Kumar Reddy garu, ఆయన మీకు ఇందు మూలంగా తెలియజేయడం ఏమనగా 28/9/2024వ తేదీన మాజీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ వైఎస్ జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు తిరుమలకు కాలినడకన యాత్ర కార్యక్రమం ఉన్నందున ఇందులో ఎవరు పాల్గొనడానికి ప్రభుత్వ అనుమతి లేదు, ఎవరు కూడా వెళ్ళరాదు. మీరు ఇట్లా అతిక్రమించిన వెళ్ళిన ఎడల మీ పైన చట్టపరమైన చర్యలు తీసుకోబడను.
But sir, is this something that restricts you or the Chief Minister? Because we are given to understand that this is also a season of pilgrims. The Brahmotsam and other festivals are also coming up, so there could be security requirements as well.
No. Here clearly they have mentioned YS Jagan Mohan Reddy garu does not have the permission to go there.
Okay.
This is a clear thing. I'm just reading it out.
It talks about the Kalinadaka Yatra, that means the Padayatra from the Tirupati to Tirumala.
You have denied, you have served notices.
Sir, we haven't denied, sir. It's not the denial of entering the temple.
I've been very patient when you are talking.
Please don't talk lies. Okay, let him finish, ma'am. Let him finish. I'll come to you.
Yes,
go ahead. Mr. Reddy, please go on.
Yes. And this shows this double standard of Mr. Chandrababu Naidu garu. He said that no notices were served. this is a notice served to me, clearly stating that Jagan Mohan Reddy does not have the permission. If somebody knows Telugu, please see it. And this has been signed by the Inspector of Police.
Okay, let me get.
And this has been, and these such notices have been given to almost each and every YSR Congress party leader over.
Okay, Professor Jyotsna, would you
One
like to
side-
respond
no,
to
no,
this?
one side-
Ma'am, why
one
is
side-
TDP preventing
please let me complete.
YSR-CP cadre from going there?
Please let me complete. One side, you have given notices to all YSR party sympathizers.
Okay, let her
One
respond,
side-
sir. Professor Jyotsna, please go.
No, one side.
Okay,
the
let
other
her
side-
respond. So you asked
the
a
other
question,
side-
let her respond
the
at
other
least.
side-
Vasudha,
Yes.
Vasudha, it is very clearly mentioned that the Kalinadaka Yatra means the step, the yatra you take from Tirupati to Tirumala to the steps.
Okay.
They are saying that we don't have, because they said we'll go in huge numbers. Understand, Vasudha, it is the Brahmotsavam seasons. Another 1 week you have the Brahmotsavam. You have huge number of pilgrims there, and ex-CM coming with all his men. That would definitely be a problem. So we didn't stop Jagan Mohan Reddy to visit God or come to temple. No, absolutely not. For any such kind of political processions or political yatras, definitely you need to take permission, isn't it? Have they taken the permission for that?
You see,
And now they are claiming that.
Okay, Mr. Reddy, would you like to respond to that, sir? Yes, Mr. Reddy.
No, it is not a notice to Jagan Mohan Reddy.
Okay.
It is a notice to the Karyakartas because they are trying to accompany Jagan Mohan Reddy and they are trying to, gather in huge
Jagan Mohan
numbers
Reddy is a
because
politician and he will
police
also have his supporters, isn't it? So, Mr. Satish
That's what
Reddy.
I'm saying, Vasudha.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
They were
please give me
supposed
time. No, you have made your point, ma'am.
Okay, now let him speak, ma'am. Let him speak. Yeah,
permission for
Mr.
that.
Reddy.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Reddy, see, there is a political fallout of this, right? Because anybody
and the
who gets a
other side-
Tirupati Laddoo makes sure that it goes to every house in the neighborhood. So there is the political, social fallout of this controversy is going to be significant. So we may agree, disagree on
side-
many things.
No, no,
How is
please,
your
madam.
party looking at handling this, sir?
No, I'm just telling you. Just give me a 2-3 minutes time. One side, we have asked all our Karyakartas not to accompany Jagan Mohan Reddy. The other side, BJP Karyakartas, BJP's leaders have openly come out with statements that we will be stopping you. You cannot enter Tirumala. We will break your legs. They have gone to the extent of telling, we will break your legs. You have to. You don't have any right to go to Tirumala. Such statements were given by BJP leaders, including the state BJP President Purandareshwari, including all the Telugudesam Party local leaders, including the Telugudesam Party, including the Janasena local MLA. All these people on one side, they have started threatening. They said they will do demonstrations, they will obstruct and all that. And the other side, you don't wanted us to do. That is one thing. And secondly, what we wanted to tell you and what Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy told was, clearly there is lot of ambiguity between what Chandrababu Naidu Garu is telling and what he is misguiding the public and what the executive officer is telling.
Okay.
First
I
of
just
all,
have a few minutes left. Yes.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me, please, 2 minutes. The whole issue is about contamination of laddoos. Whether the laddoos have been contaminated or not. One side, clearly, the executive officer Shamal Rao tells that he was not allowed to go to the temple premises and it was not used.
Okay, we know that thing, sir. We will get a response from Jyotsna.
No, madam.
Sir, just last 1 minute. Jyotsna, like he's saying that there is, the executive officer has also said the same thing. So do you think that your party could have handled this in a better way? Because considering that this is considered so sacred, do you think that the Tirupati Rao matter could have been handled better?
Vasudha, understand one thing, we have never ever politicized it in the entire thing. See, understand, they are also saying that July mein aaya to you haven't
even now it looks like Jagan is at the center of your
not.
politics, right? So would that stop?
See, Jagan, one second, Vasudha, if Jagan wants to go there as a devotee, there is absolutely no problem. He'll just sign the declaration. In my opening speech itself, I told you. Even now, I am requesting Jagan.
Let us speak.
Any authority. He had visited this temple.
Mr. Reddy, let us speak.
That is the rule of the land. That is the rule of the temple. That's not the rule by Jyotsna or Chandrababu Naidu Garu. That's the rule by temple. So honor the temple rules. Honor the customs, honor the traditions. There's no problem with that.
As opposition party leader also, he has visited this temple.
Okay, Ms. Jyotsna, about the question that I'm asking you, will the TDP politics go beyond Jagan? Because it started out so well, talking about development, talking about skill census. When are we going to hear about all of that again, ma'am?
It's just that they are concentrating on it. That's the reason I said they are just politicizing and diverting the entire issue. 100 days of our rule. We have achieved so much. Vasudha, I request you to absolutely conduct a debate on that probably tomorrow or day after. I'll explain what has happened completely. I request you, because I also honestly want the entire state and the entire country to know what exactly NDA government has done in the past 105 days in the state, which we have done exemplarily well.
Okay, thank you, Jyotsna ma'am. Thank you, Satish Reddy, for joining us on this broadcast. The Laddoo Row, or the Tirupati Prasadam controversy, centered around the sentiment of lakhs of devotees, has escalated now. We'll keep getting you all the updates from that story. But for now, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Battle of Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV's युवा कॉन्क्लेव इज बैक।
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव। NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
युवा यूथ फॉर चेंज।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The Calcutta High Court today has directed West Bengal government to respond to allegations of a prevailing threat culture in different medical colleges and hospitals in the state. A division bench also observed that if the allegations of such a threat culture going on in medical colleges where the junior doctors are becoming victims is true, then the matter is quite serious. Now, the direction came on a PIL where the petitioner requested the court for a direction for investigation in a matter by a committee headed by any retired judge of the Calcutta High Court. Now, the next hearing in this matter will be in November, and the state government will also have to file its response in this matter before that. Incidentally, the Calcutta High Court's direction comes on a day when the West Bengal Junior Doctors Forum, an organization that is spearheading the movement against the brutal rape and murder of a lady junior doctor at Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, has sent a fresh message to Chief Secretary of West Bengal, highlighting their unfulfilled demands in this matter. So should the government act quickly on the formation of a central inquiry committee for disciplinary proceedings against the perpetrators of what is being seen as a threat culture in medical colleges? Doctors have pointed out that no directive has been given to the state government to individual colleges to form college-level inquiry committees consisting of UG students and also resident doctors. So that is something that is also perpetuating the threat culture. That's what they say. So what really is the way forward so that doctors feel not just safe but also valued in their workplaces? That's what we will discuss today. Joining me now is Priyanka Tebriwal of the BJP. She's also a lawyer. We also have Shashwati Sinha, Dr. Shashwati Sinha. Dr. Sinha is a senior consultant, and she's a senior consultant critical care at Manipal Hospitals in Kolkata. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. We'll also be joined by Monojit Mandal, who's a political analyst and also supports the TMC in just a while. To you, Dr. Sinha, first, ma'am, you know, there are many learnings from what happened on August 9th. The city actually flared up and it was agitating, and the entire country saw many protests, and doctors came out and protested. That there was a special task force that was put in place, and now there is this allegation of a threat culture, and the court has also said that there is a possibility that it could be serious. How do you see this, and what is it that the government needs to do to ensure that this is completely controlled?
Good evening. Actually, the incident of 9th August has changed everybody's life. So I wouldn't say it has affected only people in Kolkata, but it has shaken up the entire state, the country, and the world. In fact, such a heinous incident happening at a person's workplace when somebody is on duty, it's not only restricted to the medical fraternity, but there is something which needs to be looked at, the whole security system, why this incident happened at all, how could it have happened while she was on duty at her workplace in a medical college is completely shocking. So every bit of the incident needs to be looked in a lot of depth, and of course the investigating agencies are looking at it, but this is something which is extremely serious and needs to be looked at the depth so that such an incident never happens again.
Right. Priyanka, the petitioners, if you look at their petition, they have asked for directions for the conduct of a probe into what they say is a threat nexus indicated by, and they've asked for a constitution of an SIT that can be headed by a former judge. And this reminds me that the CBI, which is probing the rape and murder of the junior doctor in RGK Medical College and Hospital, also in the case of Sandeep Ghosh, said that, they also talked about this nexus. They also talked about a criminal nexus with other co-accused. That's what Mr. Ghosh also had, and he had that for wrongful gains. How important do you think this matter is, this matter of a threat nexus that doctors are facing, which is what this petition alleges?
It's not shocking, nor am I very amazed with this, because this is what is happening in Bengal. Not just the hospitals, but this threat culture is prevalent in each and every organization, whatever comes under the government, or whatever is managed by the government or the people from the ruling dispensation. Now, why is this so? Because these people get the courage that no matter whatever they do, the perpetrators will never be punished. They have the support of the government. Why do I say so? Because people of the ruling dispensation, be it an MP or an MLA or a councillor, or to the extent of the panchayat, they have the courage to challenge the police administration. They know that even police will not be able to do anything. We have seen in this particular case, wherein the police was controlled. And who controlled them? Now the name of Trinamool Netas is already coming out. And we know that the officer in charge is already under arrest. So you can very well understand that how safe people who are bullying others, not just bullying is a small word actually, who are giving these kind of threats to others, they very well know that nobody can do anything with them because they have the support of the ruling dispensation. That's the result they are doing all this.
Right. Monojit Mandal also joins us. Monojit Mandal, the petitioners also told the court names of some persons who, according to them, are, the nexus leaders, and they have claimed that the government has transferred some of them to other hospitals, and certain other persons have been also placed under suspension because there's a lot of noise about this. What clearly needs to be done? Because, even Mamata Banerjee, the chief minister, took a long time to sit down with the doctors. Clearly, there's a lot of anger. What more do you think the state government needs to do to send out a message of reassurance to medical professionals?
I think the state government has done everything right, everything possible, irrespective of whether these people are, showing their allegiance to TMC or not. And the cases that you are talking about, unfortunately, there was no complaint of sexual harassment against any of these doctors. Based on certain grievances from the doctors who were, on the streets of Calcutta, 36 or even more than that, all those doctors were rusticated from a particular college. That's a different college in Calcutta, in the northern part of Calcutta. Even in this case, the names which have cropped up, there was no specific complaint. Again, I repeat, so far, for the last so many years, junior doctors unfortunately did not make any complaint against these quote-unquote perpetrators.
No, so it is not easy giving a complaint, giving the state of police. So, you can't blame that on doctors. Also, Priyanka,
can I tell you
yes,
something?
Finish your point.
I
yes,
tell you something.
Yes.
Yes, that's what you need to,
Because both in the case of Sanjay Roy and Sandeep Ghosh, there is this criminal nexus, that is being talked about. And today, the doctor petitioners have said the same thing. And it is a difficult process going to police, going to court.
Doctor petitions are very much welcome. But I want to understand, is this petition backed by specific complaint of sexual harassment that you need to do under the Sexual Harassment Act of 2013? Are there so complaints which are not being attended to by the college authorities so far in this particular college or college across the state? I want to understand that.
Unsafe workplaces doesn't always have to be with sexual harassment. Sometimes there could be abuse of different kinds, right? So we have to make them holistically safe.
That's what I'm asking. If there are abuses of different kinds, I want to. And look, this is also a threat culture. This particular BJP spokesperson, this is also a threat.
Let him finish. I'll come to
next. This is also a threat culture on TV. When you do not allow others to speak, this is also a threat.
Mr. Mandal, finish your point, then I'll go to Priyanka.
No, how can I make my point when there is a threat from the other person? This is also a threat culture. And this person is known for that.
Don't worry. Dr. Sinha,
this is also a threat.
Did
I disturb you?
Okay,
Did I disturb her? Did I disturb her? But you practice this threat culture in BJP.
Doctors across the country have been also demanding a central legislation.
This threat your voice on TV.
Okay, this threat culture, this nexus of doctors, do you think we have enough laws to protect doctors, or do you think that there is a possibility
First of all, madam, you need to save me from this threat from the other woman who is not allowing me to speak.
Look at this man. Dr. Sinha, please.
I'm sorry, Vasudha, I don't know whether I could hear your
yes, I was asking you that the IMA and a couple of other organizations who were at the forefront of these protests have been demanding legislation, something that protects doctors. Do you think that on the law front, on the legal front, there is something that can be done, and it is the implementation that is the problem?
Vasudha, I think more than the legal part or the implementation, that would obviously be looked at by the people who are the lawmakers. But I think what the junior doctors have been fighting for, and the entire medical fraternity and all of us and the general public are standing by their side, that this whole idea of having a threat culture, and to be honest, like you rightly said, it is not only related to sexual harassment. So there is a lot more to it. People passing in the examinations, people being forced to behave in a certain fashion, people being barred from, attending college fests. And there have been multiple other complaints which have been coming up from the students, the residents who are in the medical colleges.
Right.
And everything is being linked to some kind of a fear, kind of a fearful environment or a threat culture which has pervaded the entire system. So that is something which needs to be looked at. And obviously people could not bring these out in the past, probably because they were fearful. But now that this incident had happened, this needs to be looked at.
Right. Priyanka, if you look at the petition, they talk about, the petitioners are talking about the general atmosphere in government-run medical colleges and hospitals in the state. They're talking about sale of answer keys for examinations. They're talking about bribery, corruption, sexual harassment and abuse. So clearly, there seems to be a call for a general holistic cleanup of government-run hospitals. As somebody who lives in Kolkata, what do you think the government is failing in, and what more can be done?
Mr. Mondal was saying that why not file complaints of sexual harassment? Now he should ask that to their own MP, Shantanu Sen, who when after this incident, came out and when doctors started speaking, he said that his own daughter has faced many such bullying in that college. Now that was their own MP who said that. So you can understand when an MP doesn't speak about it, how scared people are in the environment in which they are staying, because they know that speaking won't help. Now these doctors have gathered the courage because after such a big andolan, after such a big protest, that everybody started speaking. That is how we see that what was happening in the hospitals.
Manojit
Dead bodies
Mandal,
were smuggled.
sir, the same
Dead
question
bodies
to
were
you, sir,
smuggled.
because if you look at the range of complaints, of doctors talking about this nexus, they are talking about everything from leaks of exam answer keys to sexual harassment.
I can speak and answer to the questions if you allow me to, but if you have
Yes, sir, please
called me
speak.
to heckle, then I won't be able to answer.
Yes, sir, please speak.
And then please do not call me to waste my time.
Please speak.
The facts remain that these particular BJP spokesperson, nobody should take her seriously because she lied about
No, not at all,
something.
sir. You're getting very personal, so that's not right. You please make your point.
Look at her. If she's lying on TV, I can't call her. I can't call her
You can call her out in different ways, but you can't say that nobody. She can't be taken seriously.
She's blatantly lying about something.
These people have no
and you are
answer.
asking me to keep quiet. She's blatantly lying about something.
Okay, please make your point. Mr. Mandal, please make your point.
Shantanu is no longer an MP. She should know that. He has not been an MP for 1.5 years. And I think that All India Trinamool Congress...
Please ask him to say what a big
Okay, I'm completely out of time. Thank you, Mr. Mandal. Thank you, Priyanka. And thank you, Dr. Sinha, for joining me on this broadcast. Moving on to other important stories that the country saw today. Congress party has pulled up its minister in Himachal Pradesh, Vikramaditya Singh. Vikramaditya Singh was summoned to New Delhi and reprimanded by Congress top brass over his controversial statement supporting the UP government's order to mandate food outlets to displaying the name and address of their owners. Now, this development comes even as Congress party came under fire on social media, as well as their own party within the party over the move that it had criticized a similar move by the UP Yogi Adityanath government during the Kanwar Yatra a few weeks ago.
I'm joined by somebody who's in the midst of a controversy, and to get things straight, because many people are reporting that you were given by the High Command, Mr. Venugopal, whom you met today, gave you a dressing down. What exactly happened so that people know, and what exactly is your position?
See, firstly, I was not called by anybody. I am a loyal soldier of the party, and whenever I come to Delhi on official visits or unofficial visits, I meet people from the leadership and apprise them of the works that the organization and the government is doing in Himachal Pradesh. It is a routine affair, and I had come this time also because of some official engagements. I had my engagements in Urban Development Ministry, in Railways Department, where I met people in the morning, officers in the morning, and this evening I met our in charge of Himachal Pradesh, Shri Rajiv Shukla ji, and the AICC General Secretary Honorable Shri Venugopal ji, and I apprised him of all the developments that have taken place in Himachal. And as you know, and the entire country knows, that a lot has been happening in Himachal, particularly with context to the agitations over the masjid that has been going on. So I apprised him about that, and the matter that you are referring to.
The e-trees and the naming of it.
Yes. That also I referred to him. I told him, obviously, because it has been in media for a long time. So as a concerned individual, I apprised him of the matter and what our stand on it is. I have categorically stated it in the media also on a number of occasions that Himachal Pradesh is a peace-loving state, and in Himachal Pradesh, people from all walks of life, people from all over the country are welcome in Himachal Pradesh, whether it is from Maharashtra, whether it is from UP, whether it is from Delhi, Haryana, from all religions, from all castes, or from all regions. But yes, as a state, it is our responsibility to maintain law and order in the state. It is our duty to address the apprehensions of the people of the state, and that we will continue to do. As far as this particular case is concerned, I apprised him, and also that it is a matter of fact. Through your channel, I want to apprise the people of the state and the country at large that there are multiple judgments of the Honorable Supreme Court, of the Honorable High Court, wherein they have stated that there needs to be formulation of vending zones in different municipal councils and municipal committees in the state of Himachal Pradesh and in the country. And as a government, it is our responsibility to implement them. And because of the concerned department that I have, it is our responsibility to have vending zones all over the country with proper registration certificates, whether it is Aadhaar card, whether it is GST number or anything else. So there need not be any communal overtones to any of this. It is in the larger interest of the state, and every state does it for their own security, internal security of the state. So there has been no controversy with regard to this. Yes, I agree that in media this has been blown out of proportion, but that media buzz only lasts for a day or two. Then the actual picture, the ground picture comes forward. And today also, I am standing my ground that the interest of the people of Himachal Pradesh is our topmost priority. For that, implementing the orders of the Supreme Court, implementing the orders of the High Court, and implementing them in the civic bodies is our responsibility, and that we will do in a phased manner in the times to come. Now, the Speaker of the Vidhan Sabha, Honorable Speaker of the Vidhan Sabha, has also constituted a body in which there are members from the BJP, members from the Congress, and they will put across their point of view that how in the times to come we need to address this issue, because in Himachal a lot of people come from other states. There is some amount of unrest also which needs to be addressed, and amicably everything needs to be sorted out so that the interest of the people of the state are looked into.
Also, my colleague Himanshu Shekhar spoke to Arvind Virmani, who is a leading economist and also member of the Niti Aayog, on the state of Indian economy, and this is what he said.
मौजूदा परिस्थिति में अर्थव्यवस्था के सामने क्या चुनौतियां हैं, इन सब पर बात करने के लिए मेरे साथ हैं डॉक्टर अरविंद विरमानी, जो नीति आयोग के सदस्य हैं और अर्थशास्त्री भी हैं। एनडीटीवी में आपका स्वागत है। पहला सवाल है कि अभी अर्थव्यवस्था की जो स्थिति है, 100 दिन हो चुके हैं, बहुत सारे फैसले किए गए हैं। अभी भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की क्या स्थिति है और क्या बड़ी चुनौतियां आपको दिखाई देती हैं आने वाले महीनों में?
तो अगर हम 6 महीने पहले जाएं, इस साल के शुरुआत में, तो मैंने कहा था कि इस साल का ग्रोथ रेट होगा तकरीबन 7%, और उस प्लस माइनस ऊपर नीचे, वो ऊपर नीचे की बात अब डिस्कस करेंगे। और जब भी आप आए हो, आप मेरा ख्याल है 3 महीने पहले आए थे, तो मैंने रीइटरेट किया था। तो पहली चीज़ है कि मैं कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ कि वही होगा 7% प्लस माइनस 0.5। और क्यों प्लस माइनस 5 रखते हैं? अब देखिए, इंटरनेशनल सिचुएशन में 2 चीज़ें चेंज हुई हैं। एक तो इंटरेस्ट रेट रिडक्शन जो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे हम, वो शुरू हो गई है। तो इट इज़ क्लियर, अब स्पेकुलेशन की बात नहीं है। ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट रेट्स नीचे गिरेंगे और उससे बाय एंड लार्ज इंडियन इकोनॉमी पे आप समझ सकते हैं पॉजिटिव ही होगा, नेगेटिव नहीं होगा। थोड़ा भी हो, कम हो, ज़्यादा, वो डिटेल इतनी में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, पर उसका बेसिकली पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट होगा। और दूसरी चीज़ है जो थोड़ा वीकनेस इन ग्लोबल डिमांड और दिस एक्सेस सप्लाई इशू, वो भी हमने शायद पिछली बार ही डिस्कस की थी, उसका थोड़ा प्रेशर पड़ता है। उसका 2 इफेक्ट होते हैं। एक तो जिसको कहते हैं हमारी नेट इम्पोर्ट्स, एक्सपोर्ट माइनस इम्पोर्ट्स, वो कम हो जाएंगी, तो थोड़ा नेगेटिव इफेक्ट होता है। और पॉजिटिव साइड पे खास करके कमोडिटीज़ पर, खास करके ऑयल प्राइसेस गिरेंगी, तो उसका हमें बहुत पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट होता है। आपने देखा होगा, कल मैंने देखा था ब्रेंट क्रूड $71 अ बैरल पे चला गया था। तो अगेन इसको हम दोनों को जुड़ाएं तो नेट इफेक्ट जो मैंने पिछले कई सालों से देख रहा हूँ, इसका पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट होता है। तो इस करके मैं कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ फ्रॉम द एक्सटर्नल साइड कि जो मेरा फोकास्ट है 7% प्लस माइनस 0.5, वो दृढ़ रह रहा है। कई लोग, आपने बताया पहले कि कोई ऊपर कर रहा है, कोई नीचे कर रहा है, वो करते रहते हैं, पर मैं ऐसे नहीं करता। मैं अपना जो फोकास्ट होता है पूरे साल का देता हूँ, और मैं हर बार एडजस्ट नहीं करता, क्योंकि कभी कुछ ऊपर की बात आज नीचे आ जाती है। चलो, तो एक तो ये हो गई। और दूसरा है, आपने जो पूछा कि जो गवर्नमेंट ने एक्शन लिए हैं और आगे क्या होगा। अगेन पहले मैं थोड़ा सा सिचुएशन पे, फिर ये जो डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन पे मैं आता हूँ। तो आप हम डोमेस्टिक में देखें तो कई लोग कहते हैं ये जो डाइवर्जन नहीं कहते, आई थिंक दैट इज रॉन्ग। जो डोमेस्टिक सेवर्स में इक्विटी मार्केट में इंटरेस्ट है, मेरे ख्याल से ये बहुत पॉजिटिव है, क्योंकि इससे मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा उनका रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी भी बढ़ी है और इंटरेस्ट भी बढ़ा है। हमारी पुरानी कंप्लेंट थी कि हम बहुत रिस्क अवर्स लोग हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। सो वी आर सीइंग कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी बढ़ रही है, तो उसी के साथ स्टार्टअप्स, द एटीट्यूड और उससे एनिमल स्पिरिट्स। तो पहले हम कहते थे जो लार्ज स्केल प्रोजेक्ट है वो रिफ्लेक्ट करते थे एनिमल स्पिरिट्स। ओके, तो अब मेरे हिसाब से, दिस इज माय जजमेंट एज एन इकोनॉमिस्ट, कि अब एनिमल स्पिरिट्स इन चीज़ों में ज़्यादा रिफ्लेक्ट हो रही हैं। तो दिस इज अ चेंज इन अप्रोच विच आई थिंक इज वेरी गुड फॉर द फ्यूचर। ओके, तीसरी चीज़ मैं कहूँगा, जो डायरेक्ट जो प्रोग्राम्स पहले 100 दिन में आपने बोला जो किए गए हैं, और लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड अ बिट, 2-3 थिंग्स मैं कहूँगा बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हैं जो हमारे को रिलेट करती हैं। फिर और चीज़ें अगर आपने फॉलो अप करना हो तो कर लेंगे। तो एक तो है जो दो कनेक्टेड चीज़ें हैं। एक तो जो कॉरिडोर की अनाउंसमेंट हुई है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कॉरिडोर, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि वो FDI, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इन्वेस्टमेंट, आत्मनिर्भरता के साथ कनेक्टेड हैं। तो ये दो चीज़ें कनेक्टेड हैं।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप, सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Battle of Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's युवा Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ को सर।
Yuva, Youth for Change.
The Supreme Court has come down heavily on Central Air Quality Panel for not taking adequate steps to monitor air quality and curb pollution in NCR. The Tirumala Laddoo controversy has now escalated after former Chief Minister Jagan Reddy cancelled his Tirumala trip, saying he was issued a notice that no permission had been given for his visit. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has hit back, saying Jagan Reddy is spreading lies. A first for J&K in the last leg of campaigning, with leaders campaigning in the day and even at night. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has refused to concede despite facing heat in the Muda case. Loca-Yukta has filed an FIR after court order in this case. Thousands of children in Madhya Pradesh lost their parents to COVID-19, and for over a year, many of them have stopped getting their monthly financial assistance from the state government that was promised to make their troubled lives a little easier. Former Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Reddy has cancelled his visit to Tirumala Temple, the abode of Lord Venkateshwara, that was scheduled for Friday. Mr. Reddy has said that all his party cadre and leaders were issued notices that no permission had been given for the temple visit. His statement came after Mr. Naidu's TDP and its ally BJP demanded that Mr. Reddy sign a declaration meant for non-Hindus before visiting the temple. Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu now has hit back, saying Mr. Reddy was spreading lies. Tensions are building up in the Tirupati temple and in the state of Andhra Pradesh with the proposed visit of former Chief Minister Jagan Reddy on Saturday, but he has now decided not to go, even as the ruling party leaders have insisted that he must sign a declaration as a non-Hindu. Here's a special report.
Tirupati Devasthanam.
Former Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Reddy has decided not to visit Tirumala Temple on Saturday after notices had been sent to all YSRCP cadre and leaders, warning them that cases would be booked against them if they joined Jagan Reddy's proposed visit that the notice said had no government permission.
People have been barred from visiting temple.
This came even as boards sprung up in Tirumala and Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, BJP Chief Purandeshwari and others said non-Hindus must sign a declaration that they had faith and reverence for the temple and the presiding deity.
Several times in the past we visited Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, even before I became the Chief Minister. And after I became the Chief Minister, every year TTD invited me. And on their invitation, I had the opportunity to give clothes to Lord Venkateshwara Swami. They have brought up another topic onto the forefront, barring people from entering the temple.
నిన్ను వెళ్ళవద్దని ఎవరన్నా చెప్పారా? ఇస్తే చూపేయండి మీడియాకి. ఎందుకు అబద్ధాలు ప్రచారం చేస్తూ ప్రజల్ని మభ్యపెడుతూ ఇష్టానుసారంగా ప్రవర్తించడం ఇది సబబు కాదని.
Jagan Reddy has given a call to his supporters to visit temples to seek forgiveness for what he called false statements of Chandrababu Naidu that he said had lowered the prestige of both the Tirumala Tirupati temple and its much loved and revered Tirupati Laddoo.
I asked the so-called BJP party, which actually boasts themselves as representatives of Hindutva, as representatives of Hindu religion. I asked BJP one serious question. If you're sincere, if you're truly representatives of Hinduism, would you support this? A chief minister intentionally lying, bringing down the reputation of Lord Venkateshwara Swami, bringing down the reputation of Venkateshwara Swami's prasadams.
BJP leaders not just in Andhra Pradesh but also Tamil Nadu and Telangana have begun to echo what Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan has been saying, that Hindus and Hindu religion are taken for granted, whereas no one even dares to comment on Islam or Christianity. The Hindu identity, it would seem, has begun to take centre stage in Andhra Pradesh politics. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
All right, viewers, important updates coming from the national capital. The Supreme Court has just sounded the alarm on Delhi's air quality, urging the Commission for Air Quality Management to step up its game. As pollution season approaches, the court has emphasized that the Commission needs to be more active in tackling stubble burning, which is a major contributor to the area's toxic air.
As winds turn smoky and toxic haze begins to cover the capital skies, Delhi holds its breath for the annual pollution conundrum. And this panel, responsible for curbing the pollution menace, is now in the eye of the dusty, deadly storm. In a rare rebuke, the Supreme Court said the pollution body has failed in serving the purpose of monitoring and bringing down pollution levels in Delhi and its neighbouring areas. Calling Delhi's poisonous air a medical emergency, the Supreme Court today sent an urgent SOS, asking the central government's air quality body to take immediate corrective steps. The top court said the air quality panel has been a silent spectator as the capital chokes.
The Supreme Court came down heavily against the Centre for Air Quality Management, saying what action have you taken against airing officials and what compliance have you done to ensure Delhi is a better place. They have asked the Commission to come back with a compliance report in the next 5 days.
The Commission for Air Quality Management was formed over 3 years ago, combining various smaller bodies with the aim of seamless coordination among stakeholders to fight pollution. Precisely the task in which the panel has failed, as per the Supreme Court. Experts say the panel, led by retired bureaucrats with no stakeholders, has only focused on knee-jerk measures that fail to tackle pollution at its source.
22 years ago, when the EPCA was dissolved and the Commission of Air Quality Management was formed, it was clearly a stronger body, with a broader structure, scope. Something that was empowered, in a bigger way was the ability to prosecute, and quite clearly we're seeing that that's missing. And of course, we can say that historically it's the government and the government bodies who are, or the authorities who have been the biggest violators, on air pollution. And if this stops Commission for Air Quality Management to not prosecute is rather unfair to the citizens of the country.
In its defense, the Air Quality Panel said that pollution levels have reduced, but the reality is that these are only PM10 levels and not the cancer-causing PM2.5 micropollutants. While the top court said little has been done to curb farm fires that make up for over 10% of the capital pollution, the farmers say they are forced to burn stubble yet another year.
किसान कोई भी पराली ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੇਤ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਰਚਾ ਚੜਦਾ ਵਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਨਵੀਂ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਰੀ ਇਜਾਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੋਹੇ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਕਬਾੜ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਸੰਦ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਰੀਦਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੱਲ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਵੇਰਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਪੱਕੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਥਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ
The problem remains the same, and so do the failed solutions. As Delhi gasps for breath, the system has failed us, with our right to healthy air violated yet another year. With Sunil Prabhu, Vedant Agarwal for NDTV.
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has yet again asserted that he will not resign from the post of the Chief Minister hours before a Loca-Yukta FIR was registered against him. This is in the case of the Muda site allotment. The FIR came after a court order in connection with the allotment of 14 sites to his wife, BM Parvati, by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. This is another blow to the Karnataka Chief Minister. Post the court direction, Mysuru Loca-Yukta registered FIR as Siddaramaiah continues to mull options for legal recourse.
More trouble for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the state Loca-Yukta registered an FIR against the CM in the alleged Muda scam. 2 days after an order from a Bengaluru special court.
We are here only, this Loca-Yukta institute is meant for the society. No concern of direction issued by anybody. We register voluntarily. As soon as any person enter to our institution inside, give one scrap of paper, grievance, make out a grievance, will register the case. People are there to blame any institution, anybody, including you. What to do?
The FIR includes sections related to Benami property transactions, land grabbing and the Prevention of Corruption Act. The complainant who pushed for this Loca-Yukta probe has now moved the court seeking CBI inquiry.
ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಕ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣ ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಆಟ ಆಡಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ತನಿಖೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸತ್ಯನ ಎತ್ತಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣ ಸಿಬಿಐ ಕೊಡಿಸೋದು ಖಚಿತ.
Despite the FIR, Siddaramaiah remains defiant.
ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಯಾರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು? ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿರೋದು ಯಾರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ? ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೈಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು FIR ಆಗಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ?
After Congress Cabinet's decision to restrict the CBI's access, any delay by the Loca-Yukta in the legal process can open the doors for other federal agencies to interfere. And remember, the complainant is also pushing for a CBI probe. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, in a first for Jammu and Kashmir, political parties campaigning in the night. In North Kashmir's frontier Kupwara district, its most intense campaigning, especially during the night. Remember, the third phase of elections will be held here on the 1st of October. It is the first time in the last 30 years that Kashmir is witnessing night campaigning and poll celebrations like nothing before. I have my colleague Nazir joining us with more details on this. Nazir, tell us about this important aspect. And you are at a campaign site. Tell us what is the sentiment there, and tell us a little bit more about this night campaigning. Is this something that was seen before, or is it something that's new?
Well, we have never seen such an election fervor in Kashmir, and when you have night campaigning happening in the valley, it's first time in last more than 30 years of turbulent history of Kashmir. We see election campaigning right now. You can see People's Conference leader Sajjad Bone is actually campaigning, addressing a gathering in a place called Klaru in Kupwara. This is actually used to be a route for the infiltration of militants from across the border. It is near the Machil sector in Kupwara. Now you can see today, actually, fear has given way to the election fervor here in Kashmir, and we have not seen such a night campaigning in the first two phases. But today we see here large number of people gathering here, attending the campaigning, election campaigning by different political parties, be it National Conference, PDP, or the People's Conference. Right now you can see Sajjad Bone behind me addressing this gathering here in Klaru area of Kupwara district, which will go to polls on the 1st of October in the third phase of elections. And 40 assembly seats will go to polls. 16 in the North Kashmir of Kashmir, Baramulla, Bandipur and Kupwara, and 24 seats in the Jammu region. So Jammu region holds the key, and Kashmir region, this North Kashmir, is crucial for the National Conference, which appears to be the largest party in the valley, largest regional party in the valley.
So that's Nazir, my colleague, reporting from Kupwara and reporting on an important aspect that Kashmir is witnessing this year, night poll celebrations and night campaigning, and he is covering the campaign of Sajjad Bone. Moving on to other important stories, Home Minister Amit Shah campaigned for the BJP in Rewari in another poll-bound state, Haryana. He hit out at the Congress party over allegations of corruption, and he slammed Rahul Gandhi over his reservation comment, saying that Rahul wants to end reservation. Let's listen in to what he said.
अभी राहुल बाबा विदेश गए थे. जब कुछ भी उलझुल बोलना होता है तो विदेश में जाकर बोलते हैं. उनको ऐसा है कि वहां बोलेंगे तो यहां कोई सुनेगा नहीं. अभी जाकर कहा कि हम ST, SC और OBC पिछड़ा वर्ग का आरक्षण समाप्त कर देंगे. भाइयों बहनों, ये हम पर आरोप लगाते थे कि हम आरक्षण समाप्त करने वाले हैं, और वहां जाकर अमेरिका में अंग्रेजी में बोलकर आए कि हम आरक्षण समाप्त कर देंगे. राहुल बाबा कैसे करोगे? सरकार हमारी है, और मैं कह देता हूं जब तक संसद में एक भी भाजपा का सांसद है, पिछड़ा वर्ग का आरक्षण आप समाप्त नहीं कर सकते. जब तक एक भी सांसद है, हमारे दलित भाइयों का आरक्षण आप समाप्त नहीं कर सकते.
Moving on, thousands of children in Madhya Pradesh who lost their parents during the COVID-19 pandemic are now facing severe challenges due to budget constraints in the government welfare schemes. In fact, the pensions that were being provided to these children have now been continued. Here's a special report.
कोरोना की दूसरी लहर में उसने एक सप्ताह में अपने दोनों माँ पिता को खो दिया।
With a heavy heart, I bid you goodbye, for you left me all alone to cry.
कैसे बच्चे जिनके परिवार से पिता का साया उठ गया, ऐसे परिवारों को 5,000 रुपया प्रति माह पेंशन दी जाएगी।
Government has accepted the fact that Vanisha was orphaned because of COVID. A double blow for COVID orphans in Madhya Pradesh who first lost their parents to the pandemic and now help from the Madhya Pradesh government has dried up too. In May 2021, with her class 10th exams just round the corner, Vanisha Pathak's entire world plunged into darkness. Her parents died in hospital within days of each other. 3 months later, Vanisha scored an incredible 99.8% marks, becoming the topper in Bhopal. Her brother Vivan, who is now in class 8th, wants to follow in her footsteps. But the siblings are facing an impediment. In 2021, the Madhya Pradesh government launched 2 schemes for such children, the sponsorship scheme and the Mukhyamantri Bal Ashirwad Yojana, both providing 5,000 monthly as assistance. However, the siblings say they haven't received the money for months now.
जितनी योजना है थी सब खत्म हो गई, किसी का कोई आयुष्मान कार्ड भी नहीं बनाया।
आखिरी बार जब आया था तो वो जनवरी 2023 में आया था। तो
2023 मतलब 1.5 साल से ऊपर का वक्त हो गया।
पैसे नहीं आए हैं और ना मेरे अकाउंट में ना दीदी के अकाउंट में। हमसे भी और बुरी स्थिति वाले बच्चे हैं वहाँ, तो उन सबके यही रिप्लाई आते हैं रोज़ कि पैसे नहीं आए, कब आएंगे कब आएंगे।
दुख इस बात का है कि गवर्नमेंट ने जो प्रॉमिस किया है, बच्चे उसके लिए आशा में बैठे रहते हैं। प्रॉमिस करने के बाद यदि अपनी सारी योजनाओं को इस तरीके से ख़त्म कर देते हैं और कोई योजनाओं का लाभ नहीं मिल रहा है, तो ऐसी योजनाओं को चलाने का फ़ायदा ही क्या है। बहुत दयनीय स्थिति है, बहुत ज़्यादा दयनीय स्थिति है। कई बच्चों ने तो पढ़ाई छोड़ दी, अपनी काम करने लग गए।
Even the Ayushman card meant to cover healthcare for these children has not been activated.
हमें आयुष्मान कार्ड मिले थे, पर वो सिर्फ कार्ड ही मिले थे, उनकी सेवा ही नहीं थी उनमें। वो कभी एक्टिव ही नहीं हुए कार्ड। फिर जब हमको एक्टिव करवाने हम गए तो वहाँ पे हमको रोज़ राउंड लगते थे कि आ जाओ अब शाम को, अभी सर्वर डाउन है, ये चल रहा है, पर उनके अभी तक वो कार्ड एक्टिव नहीं हुआ।
In Madhya Pradesh alone, 9,041 children lost one or both parents during the COVID pandemic. Out of these, 1,041 children lost both parents while 8,000 lost one parent. Bhopal itself has 1,662 such children. The government claims no scheme has been discontinued.
आचार संहिता के बाद का भी कोई घटनाक्रम है, कोई फाइनेंस ने किसी बात को कहा है, लेकिन ये बात भी सही कि सबसे पहले हमारी सरकार ने शुरू किया था और हम हर वो योजना जो पहले से चल रही, कोई योजना बंद नहीं करेंगे, हमने पहले ही कहा। तो टेक्निकली कोई अड़चन नहीं होगी तो हल निकाल देंगे, इसमें तो कोई परेशानी नहीं। लेकिन हम केवल आर्थिक मदद न देते हुए लोगों को स्वरोजगार से जोड़ना चाहते हैं।
But these messages from the children reveal the reality of the situation. This is the WhatsApp group of affected children and the government. A mere look at this WhatsApp group will tell you the reality. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan, Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Meanwhile, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has directed officials that the ongoing special campaign to eliminate potholes on the state's roads should be completed by the 10th of October ahead of the upcoming festivals. NDTV reports from the NCR town of Noida on how this is being implemented on the ground.
A struggle on the roads of Gautam Budh Nagar, the district that has the NCR cities of Noida and Greater Noida, and some very bad roads of late after a rainy season left multiple potholes on roads in both cities. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has directed officials to get rid of potholes in the state's roads by October 10th, ahead of the upcoming festivals. But can this be done on ground in such short time?
इसका होना तो असंभव है, चाहे सारी सड़कें सही हो जाएं यूपी की, पर ये हल्द्वानी मोड़ की सड़क कभी सही नहीं होगी।
Accountability and responsibility of the contractors. They should be held accountable if the road get damaged within 2 years or let's say 3 years or 5 years. Even UP CM sir also said that the contractor should be accountable for the road. So we need to fix that accountability.
After the CM's deadline, both the Noida and Greater Noida authorities have started repair work. According to Noida authority officials, a budget of rupees 10 crores has been set aside for repair work in each of the 10 divisions in Noida. Authority officials claim that Noida will be pothole free by October 2nd, much earlier than the deadline.
We're on this busy stretch between Sector 51 and 75 in Noida, wherein, as you can see behind me, a lot of road work is currently on by the Noida Authority. This is the work of filling up of potholes as well as recarpeting of roads, which the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has called for with a deadline of October 10th. Within October 10th, the Chief Minister has called for all roads and potholes to be filled up with the festive season in mind. I am currently joined with Raj Kamal sir. He is Executive Engineer at the Noida Authority. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Sir, ये जो सड़कों का काम है, कब शुरू हुआ?
ये काम हमारा पैच रिपेयर का कई दिन से चल रहा है हमारे सीओ सर के निर्देश पे। इस सड़क पर कल शुरू हुआ है और 2 दिन में हमारा ये टारगेट है कि 2 दिन में हम इसके पहले सारे पैच रिपेयर कर देंगे। उसके बाद पूरी सड़क पर इस पे डीबीएम और बीसी के लेयर पड़नी है।
सर, ये गड्ढे कब तक भर जाएंगे?
गड्ढे हमारे 2 दिन में भर जाएंगे।
2 दिन में? योगी जी ने कहा 10 दिन का डेडलाइन दिया है, पर
इस सड़क पर 2 दिन में भर जाएंगे। लेकिन जो हमारे नोएडा की और सड़कें हैं, हमारे सीओ सर के निर्देश हैं, हमारे डीजीएम सर के निर्देश हैं कि इसको किसी भी हाल में हम लोग कोशिश करके 5 अक्टूबर के पहले ही सारे गड्ढे भर दें। हर हाल में भरे जाएंगे।
और सर, ये बजट एलोकेशन क्या हुआ है ये सड़कों का काम के लिए?
इस सड़क पर हमारा 693 लाख का जो है बजट है, जिसमें हमारा 50 mm की डीबीएम और 40 mm की बीसी के लेयर डाली जाएगी। ये सड़क हमारी 2.7 किलोमीटर लंबी है, जिस पे काम होना है और एक तरफ 14 मीटर इसका जो है मेटल पोर्शन है।
Bumpy roads can also take lives. A lot of these pothole-stricken and crater-like roads exist across Uttar Pradesh as well as in Noida and Greater Noida. This is also one of the new urban problems that everyone faces on a day-to-day basis. Anyone, be it a car owner or a two-wheeler owner, if you're on the roads, you're facing bumpy roads. At this point in Noida, there is work that is going on to repair these roads and fill the potholes, as the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also given a deadline, which is until 10th of October, to not just fill up the potholes but also recarpet these roads and strengthen the roads. What remains to be seen is whether this deadline is met in time or not, and whether the roads from bumpy become a smooth ride. With camera person Manoj Thakur, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
UP government there expediting work on roads. Moving on to some global news. According to international media, multiple Iranians have been indicted by a US grand jury on charges over hacking Republican Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. The Trump campaign said in August that some of its internal communications were hacked, and they blamed the Iranian government for this. Here's a special report on what really happened.
Absolutely obliterated. We gathered tonight to talk about to defeat Kamala Harris.
Federal prosecutors in the United States have filed criminal charges against multiple Iranian hackers for allegedly targeting members of former President Donald Trump's presidential campaign, according to reports. The charges pertain to an Iranian operation that allegedly stole internal Trump campaign communications and sent them to journalists and individuals associated with President Joe Biden's re-election campaign. This happened before Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee. A Microsoft report last month said Iranian hackers had sent a spear phishing email in June to a high-ranking official on a presidential campaign. In the same month, Google's cybersecurity arm said Iranians tried to hack into Biden's campaign as well, but there are no indications those attempts succeeded. A statement from US security agencies earlier this month said that foreign actors are increasing their election influence activities as the US presidential election approaches. The indictment is the latest in a string of federal indictments against foreign hackers that have allegedly targeted government agencies and individuals. Trump's engagement with Iran doesn't end there, as his campaign recently said that US intelligence officials told him Tehran has been plotting to assassinate him. Top security officials in the United States believe Iran has sought for years to assassinate Trump, seeking revenge for the 2020 killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, who was one of the most influential figures in the country. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report for NDTV World.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूले हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। रीड ऑल अबाउट युद्रा ऑन द NDTV ऐप, सो डाउनलोड नाउ।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan.
When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमाघरों में। कैसे मारा?
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. UK Prime Minister Starmer has backed India's bid for a permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council. This comes days after US President Biden and France's Macron made a similar pitch. Addressing the general debate of the United Nations General Assembly's 79th session in New York, Mr. Starmer said that UNSC has to become a more representative body. At present, the UNSC comprises of 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent member countries, which are elected for a 2-year term by the General Assembly of the United Nations. The 5 permanent members are Russia, UK, China, France, and the US, which have the power to veto any substantive resolution. But India's road to UNSC has to go through multiple obstacles, including opposition from China, which is unwilling to endorse New Delhi's position. Can India gain the membership without veto power of China? Hasn't time come for UNSC to be more representative and India being accommodated to realize the regional aspirations? Let's first listen in to the reactions.
If we want the system to deliver for the poorest and most vulnerable, then their voices must be heard. We need to make the system more representative and more responsive to those who need it most. So we make the case, not just for fairer outcomes, but fair representation in how we reach them. And this also applies to the Security Council. It has to change to become a more representative body, willing to act, not paralysed by politics. We want to see permanent African representation on the Council. Brazil, India, Japan and Germany as permanent members, and more seats for elected members as well.
Tant que nous aurons un Conseil de sécurité qui est bloqué, je dirais de manière réciproque selon les intérêts par les uns et les autres, on aura du mal à avancer. Est-ce qu'il y a un meilleur système? Je ne le crois pas. Et donc rendons simplement ces Nations Unies plus efficaces, d'abord en les rendant peut-être plus représentatifs. C'est pourquoi la France, et je le redis ici, est favorable à ce que le Conseil de sécurité soit élargi. L'Allemagne, le Japon, l'Inde, le Brésil devraient en être des membres permanents, de même que 2 pays que l'Afrique désignerait pour la représenter.
We have Lord Rami Ranger joining us. Ambassador Shashank is joining us as well. Saurav Shukla, Jonah Blank, and Dr. Harder is joining us as well. Dr. Harder, beginning with you. India, because of multiple factors, certainly deserves a place at the high table. But can it really happen without China's endorsement? Or how will India really find its way around it?
Well, I don't see how the UN Charter, the veto that the permanent members all currently have, surely gives China the ability to block this until some other way of reforming the UN is, which people like, ideas coming out of Brazil, for instance, in terms of reforming this in some other way. But at the moment, you can't get around the veto that the permanent members all have. And the state of China-India relations at the moment seems to me to suggest that China isn't going to, it is just simply not in China's interest to assist India in the way that you're talking about.
Okay, so Lord Ranger, the question really is that of the 5 countries which are permanent members, 4 of them are of the opinion that India should be given a place at the high seat. But there's one nation which is blocking India's bid. So the question is, shouldn't these countries ensure reforms are there?
Well, first of all, this is long overdue.
Yes.
As you can see, India represents nearly 20% of the world population. Indian diaspora of nearly 35 to 40 million strong in about 100 countries, very influential. India sending maximum member for the peacekeeping forces. And also India is a regional power, nuclear power, economic power, and it has never, ever worked against peace. So India is the right candidate. Talking about China, I mean, it is rich coming from China where the human rights are non-existent, one-party system, democracy non-existence. Just because they have economic power, that doesn't mean all the other aspects. There are nearly 1 million Uyghur Muslims living in concentration camp in China. Nobody dares speak against China, not even the Muslim countries, which is a sad indictment of the system where people like China can stop the entry of a democratic, the biggest, the largest democracy in the world, getting its rightful place in the world and doing the best. The Indian diaspora, Indian people are shaping the modern world, exporting doctors, teachers, engineers, scientists to the world and running all the blue chip company. And to deny that country its rightful status and place is an insult to the United Nations and all the members, that this is a cartel where just, we look after each other and not the wider public or the population or the interest of the global world.
Okay, so it's in the interest of the global world, but Ambassador Shashank, the question really is that here is UN, which is increasingly losing its relevance because it is not really representative anymore. Look at the fact that India, when it was it had the chair of G20, ensured the inclusion of Global South, because you cannot reflect the sentiments or reflect the issues of the world if you do not have a significant population of the African nations. It ensured that. Similarly, in G7, India gets repeatedly called because of the strength it has and the democratic strength of the nation, the oldest democracy in the world. But the larger question here is, I mean, if out of 5, there are 4 countries which are of the favor, then of course the 5th one has the veto power. All of these 5 countries have the veto power. Then how will India find its way around it?
Well, actually, it is the responsibility of the present members of the UN Security Council, and especially the permanent members, to keep United Nations relevant for the challenges of today. They made this organization in 1945, and it is still in the same mold. What we have seen is that G7, G20, BRICS, SCO, and so many other regional and interregional frameworks have come into being, and they are much more effective. And as far as security issues are concerned, there are 2 aspects. One is that Europe is as much divided as at the time of the First or Second World Wars, and there is no respite. Middle East is as much in flames. So therefore, whereas India or some other countries may be sending peacekeeping troops, but the point is that United Nations has proved itself totally ineligible to do anything for the challenges of today. I think the point is that it is for these countries, and I must say that China has conveyed to India that it is not against India's membership. It is a question of how they want the whole organization to be set up. In fact, their major objection is to Japan, not to India as much. The only thing is that, yes, generally people feel that since India is likely to be a democracy, China is not. So therefore, the conflict is between India and China. But I think there are other issues. In the European Union, you find that 2 countries are already members. France and then Germany is also an aspirant. Britain, which was a member, moved out, perhaps because of this reason, because there was great amount of pressure that EU should have only 1 representative and not 3. Therefore, I think these are all things which are going on. They're up in the air. We do not know when this final solution would come. There is a coffee club, which is led by countries like Mexico, Italy, Pakistan, and many others, who feel that the non-permanent membership should be increased rather than the permanent member, which means that this is a game which is going on in order to somehow keep the UN relevant and keep getting delegations and heads of states coming over to New York to make the UN relevant in the issues of today, which it is not.
Yes, absolutely. Saurabh Shukla, India has for decades argued that it deserves to be the member of UNSC. There are other countries which are now batting for India. The fact is that UNSC doesn't really reflect the contemporary, geopolitical realities anymore.
Absolutely, Maria. India has been one of the votaries for reforming the UN Security Council for a long time. The G4, which comprises India, Japan, so Germany and Brazil, were one of the reasons why India got these countries together. Also, if you want an effective rule-based international order, you have to make sure that Security Council is reformed. I want to take the discussion forward because I believe that this is the right time. Now that the momentum has been built, 4 members of the UN Security Council are speaking out emphatically about the reform, that the reform has to take place. India must take cue. And I believe diplomacy is the art of making things possible. And I think we should take on this momentum by not only galvanizing support amongst the members of the Security Council, the permanent members, but also the General Assembly, because that's going to be the first step. About China, Anton mentioned about China. Sometimes conflicts also open up possibilities. India does have enough cards, along with some of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, to also make sure that China falls in line. It's going to be difficult, but it's not impossible, because there are enough levers that India has in terms of, the trade issues. There are enough levers that the US has. If these countries rally around and try to build pressure on China, certainly this is possible. But I think a great amount of momentum has been built at this UN General Assembly. I was there, and I can tell you, talking to a lot of diplomats there, this is the right time, because they genuinely believe that the UN Security Council and the UN is ineffective without having countries like India on board, which can play a pivotal role in global affairs, whether as a peacemaker, whether as a unifier, or creating innovative solutions to the problems that the world faces. So I think we should make sure that it should be some amount of creative diplomacy along with the persuasion. And as Ambassador Shashank was also saying, China is not against India per se. It requires some deft handling and diplomacy. And certainly the permanent members of the UN Security Council, led by the US, will have to play a major role in this reform process.
Yes, so that's very well put, that there has to be an opportunity, perhaps even in this opposition, and the fact that trade is opening up. So will there be revisiting or rewriting of relationship between the two countries? Also, Jonah Blank, is the larger question, India-China.
Well, I think that the India-China relationship is going to be one of the huge questions of the coming decade and decades to follow. I agree with what the other panelists have said about the possibility of moving forward, because I don't see China's opposition as being 100% set in stone. I think that China would never, under any circumstances, give up its own veto. But as long as that's not being required, as long as the only question is, should India join the high table in some form, I don't think that Beijing is going to say absolutely no. There really is very little basis, I think, for anyone making a case that a high table without India is in any way credible.
Okay. Dr. Hara, coming back to you, the question is, what is the next step here?
Well, I think a number of the other, and particularly the ambassador, have already pointed the way. In some ways, it's an opportunity. It's to some extent, it's a bilateral issue, of course, between India and China. But India perhaps could take this as an opportunity to. It's the potential fruit of a restored relationship with. There are all sorts of problems, of course, in the relationship with China, but having this momentum now, this issue coming up with support from the other permanent members, seems to me to provide this opportunity to work on the bilateral relationship, which, as has been pointed out, perhaps China's red line in terms of the UN Security Council is more to do with Japan than it is with India. Creative diplomacy on the part of New Delhi, looking towards Beijing.
And the fact here is that in the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, the indication certainly is that India can play the role of the peacemaker. So here is a country which is being looked at by multiple countries as a possible peacemaker, larger role it can play. And Prime Minister Modi's famous words that this is not an era of war perhaps resonates more in these times. The question then is, Ambassador Shashank, what can be done in terms of can there be a more piecemeal approach towards achieving the larger objective?
Well, basically, it has to come to the General Assembly, which has to take a decision about expanding the membership of the Security Council with both permanent and non-permanent members. And once the General Assembly decides to expand the Security Council, then the question comes as to which members should join it. Africa has not been able to make up its mind, and that has always been the issue which has delayed the whole process. But perhaps one can leave 2 seats for Africa in any case, and they can decide whether they want rotating membership or they want a group of countries to represent them from time to time. And the same thing perhaps can be done for the European Union. And on the other hand, other countries can be allowed to come in. Then second issue comes about the veto. There is a talk that, well, some countries can be allowed to come in without veto, but not be at the same level as the first level of 5 permanent members. The point is that most of the decisions these days are being taken by the Security Council based on consultations and consensus. And most of the meetings are informal. Veto is used only in the last resort, in case somebody has to make a political point to oppose a resolution. And I don't think India or any other country would like to have membership as a permanent member without the veto. It has to be equal membership. You can't keep on having more and more categories inside the Security Council. India was very polite long time ago when we were offered the membership of the permanent membership of the Security Council. And we felt that rather than being another yes man in the Security Council, it might be better to have China there. And there it was. So China got the seat, which should have come to India. And at that time, it was mentioned that, yes, these are very informal timings, and UN Charter will be reformed. We need to continuously reform. However, now we find after 50 years, 60 years, that this is not done. Now, nobody wants to change anything. And I think best is that we must have representation from Latin America, from Africa, and from Asia, which are the largest continents and also are the largest parties affected by the decision of the Security Council. I think, therefore, it's important that they are there in the decision-making processes.
So in terms of influences, India, given the kind of influence that India has, Saurav Shukla, we are looking at what next here in terms of revising the agenda or revising reforms, I mean, need for reforms of this crucial body, or should we say that in case if it doesn't happen, although the momentum has been built towards it, India doesn't really have much to lose?
You know, Maria, I want to say that the momentum, now that it has been built, it's a time for India to put reform of the UN Security Council and a seat for India at the top of its diplomatic, I would say, negotiating points. The entire issue had slipped because, we were embroiled in other issues. We were prioritizing other issues. But now that this momentum has been built, I would strongly recommend that India now takes this up with key interlocutors. The backing of President Biden is, again, a key signal that US is going to back India. And whatever happens in November, there's a bipartisan support for the India partnership. So that is something which we should put as, I would say a priority point from here on, because India being there at the UN Security Council, as Ambassador Shashank mentioned, it was a strategic blunder to let go of this seat that we were offered, because India could have played a pivotal role then and now, even in a bigger manner, because not only, as I said, it can create doors of innovation, it's a unifier, and it's a country which has a lot to give to the world. And its voice today is heard by the global south and the countries which matter. That's the reason why it's in India's interest to put this as a strategic priority, make sure that the momentum is not lost, because, it's in our interest. And certainly, I agree that there has to be a formulation to be found where regions where there is no consensus being built, that can be dealt at a later stage, or they can go for a rotating seat. But India must insist on a permanent seat with a veto power, because we should not accept anything other than this, because this would be in India's long-term strategic interest, Maria.
Yes, absolutely. And Saurav Shukla, one may say that it's also in the interest of the world and these powerful nations as well, because, given the role that India is increasingly playing in shaping
for the greater good.
Yes,
for the greater good, the greater good of the world. Absolutely.
So, Lord Ramin Ranger, why do you think the new UK Prime Minister initiated this, endorsement for India?
Well, this is about time. The world has recognized India is playing a very mature, very important role. It's one of the largest democracies. As a matter of fact, there are two questions here. First of all, inclusion of India on the Security Council will make the Security Council more robust and more meaningful, because India is the only country which is respected by not only America, but also Russia. How many countries can claim this diplomacy where they are respected by the rivals? So therefore, India can play a moderating role in the Security Council, and it can bring a lot of stability in the world. And more importantly, at the moment, China is a member. China has been threatening so many countries around the world, from Japan to Korea to Philippines to Vietnam, you name it, and the South China Sea. The Quad has been made just to contain the influence of China. So therefore, India's inclusion will play a very, very important role in keeping China under check. And China's rivalry with India should not be allowed to damage the world, global peace and global security or stability. It is very, very important that the members should force the membership of India as fast as possible, because it is already at least 10 years too late. India is rising economy, rising army power. Influence of India is global, growing, and India has a unique position from this historical point of view to bring about a lot more lasting peace in the world, and also keep the world growing faster. So in my opinion, it is not a choice, but it's a necessity for India to be on the Security Council, because the amount of influence with Russia and America, India, no one has. So therefore, I think the peace could be coming through Indian diplomacy once India is on the Security Council. And I think all your panelists have spoken very well. It is up to India now to push its
case
position forward.
Yes. Jonah Blank, I have just enough time for your comment. Please go ahead.
Yes, I think there's no good faith argument that having simply 5 permanent members is a fair representation of the global world order in the 21st century. And I don't think there's a fair good faith argument that India should not be at the forefront of any expansion. There is a good faith argument that once you throw the doors open, the UN Security Council will be more difficult to manage, but at least in my view, letting India and other countries in is very much worth that trade-off.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Anton Harder, Lord Rami Ranger, Ambassador Shashank, Saurav Shukla, and Jonah Blank on this discussion. We are putting out the entire discussion on ndtv.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूलें हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth. for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में. कैसे मारा?
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है. आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है. चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो. ये आयो बात पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV's युवा Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, NDTV युवा.
भारत एक युवा देश है. अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती.
With India's biggest
This is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. Winter may be still a few weeks away, but Delhi's air quality index continues to drop. A thick blanket of dust and polluted air has already settled over Delhi. The Supreme Court today has come down heavily on Delhi's air quality panel, saying that the body set up to control pollution in the NCR region has failed to serve its purpose, saying it was all in the air. Justice Abhay Oka said there is no compliance with a single provision of the Commission for Air Quality Management Act. Just a few days ago, the Delhi government, remember, announced a 21-point winter action plan to mitigate the crisis during the critical months ahead. The plans include initiatives such as the use of drones to monitor pollution hotspots, an anti-dust campaign utilizing road sweeping machines, and artificial rain. However, there's no answer to how it plans to tackle the main source of local air pollution, which is largely increased number of vehicles, industrial units, construction activities, 24-hour burning garbage dumps, diesel engines, air conditioners, and thermal plants. The burning of paddy straw by the farmers in neighboring states sparks a blame game every year. there seems to be no easy or quick solution to the problem of stubble burning, which contributes significantly to air pollution. Delhi has already tried traffic restriction measures, multi-million-dollar air filtration towers, and the use of fleets to water spraying to dissolving the particulate matter in the air, but to no avail. Is the graded action plan a comprehensive plan that Delhi needs to contain air pollution? Or is it more of an ad hoc arrangement which won't lead to solutions, but more of a band-aid to Delhiites' troubles? On the big fight tonight, we have all the stakeholders, from politicians to activists to doctors, and above all, the citizens of Delhi, to get their views to their, the bosses of various political parties, and we'll make them accountable and answerable. Joining me here in the studio, Reena Gupta, national spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. We have Anil Gupta, spokesperson of Delhi BJP. Adil Singh Boparai representing the Congress. Vivek Chattopadhyay is of CSE. And we also have pulmonologist Dr. Anurag Deshpande. Joining me online is Pallavi Pant, air quality scientist, Gaurav Kumar Bansal, environment lawyer, and Dr. Pradipto Ghosh is former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, joining us as well. I'm going to begin with you, Vivek. The Supreme Court's tough words certainly show that there is no solution, but more of a reaction when the time is approaching.
Yeah, it's like this observation was apparent because the way it has been portrayed that always we pass directions, any authority. Like they must have said to the court that 80 directions have been issued. But whether those are implemented or not, there is no track record of that. That has to be presented concretely in the court over the years what has been done, when it has been set up and what kind of actions have been taken. The major purpose of the commission was to coordinate with the states, whether it is happening or not. Some improvement is noticed with the past years parali burning or stubble burning data, but that may not be enough to tackle the problem of air pollution. So are we doing enough of the actions, and whether the major actions, those are required in the kind of vehicles, industries, power plants, small and medium scale units, say biomass burning, or providing clean fuel to households across the IGP plane, I would say. Whether all those activities are happening at a scale or not, that is missing. And wherever we see that there are excuses that why this cannot be done. So I think that is the major hindrance.
And Gaurav Bansal, I would agree, it's all up in the air. Everything is on paper, but when it comes to concrete plans for ensuring that Delhi doesn't turn into a gas chamber, there is no solution per se. Although I would say that this time the party in power here has started to prepare in the month of September, when we will be seeing that very, very terrible air quality perhaps in the next few weeks.
See, first of all, in Delhi, or why we talk about only of Delhi, we have to talk about on a larger picture is NCR, whole NCR, which suffer. And earlier there were 3 seasons, the summer, winter and the rainy season. Now we are having 4 seasons, the summer, winter, rainy and the pollution season. Okay, so this is something happening continuously since last 10 years. And what I have felt is, because I am also as a practicing lawyer and practicing into the kind of the environment and the wildlife, what I have observed that the courts are doing their job. Court can only instruct, court can only guide. They can only dictate an order, not the order, but they can also say, okay, what are the problems? Tell us. We will try to find out the solution. But at the same time, court can't go on the, basically, they can't implement the order. As far as the implementation is concerned, it is the duty wholly and solely of the executive. And here, because of the political will, because of their even citizens, we the citizens are in that sense we have to participate. And your show name is a big fight. I will say it's right now war going on. as far as the air pollution is concerned.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
The whole scenario which is going on shows that there is a lack of implementation of the orders, lack of will. There are serious things which we are not addressing. So in all,
so we'll talk about those serious things.
Citizens are
what should be done, because we have citizens in the studio. I'm sure they have questions for the politicians. But because the buck stops with the executive, and that's where Reena Gupta and others come in. Reena Gupta, a 21-point plan, very well taken, starting in September. But there is already a thick blanket of toxic air, which will impact, many like us. Eye irritation, nose irritation has already begun.
So, Maria, before we find any solution, we have to articulate the problem properly. तो पहले तो आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा प्रॉब्लम क्या है. सब लोग बोलते रहते हैं दिल्ली दिल्ली दिल्ली. अगर आज आप गूगल में डालें दुनिया की 100 सबसे पोल्यूटेड सिटीज़, out of that 90 are in India. So it is not a Delhi problem. That's the first point. 2019, there was a study by WHO which said that 99.5% of districts in India, the air quality is not up to the standard. So there is an air quality emergency going on in the whole country. And have we heard the parliament even discuss it once? कि air quality का issue है? Have we heard the Honorable Prime Minister of India ever speak of air quality? We don't even hear the Union Environment Minister talk about air quality. So we have to first agree it is not a Delhi problem. It is a problem of the country. A large part, if we just talk about North India Indo-Gangetic Plain, which is what, in the winter every year gets worst affected. 70 crore people, 70 crore लोग रहते हैं इस Indo-Gangetic Plain में. दिल्ली, हरियाणा, झज्जर, सोनीपत, बागपत, मेरठ, आप कोई भी शहरों के नाम ले लीजिए, सबकी एयर क्वालिटी, विंटर्स आप डॉक्टर से बात करिए, एस्थमा, दमा सब बढ़ जाता है. तो अगर हम ये बोलते रहे दिल्ली में इतनी प्रॉब्लम है, दिल्ली में इतनी पोल्यूशन है, तो हमारा जो अप्रोच होगा वो कुकी कटर अप्रोच होगा. अगर हम कहेंगे कि पूरे इंडो गैंजेटिक प्लेन की प्रॉब्लम है, नॉर्थ इंडिया की प्रॉब्लम है, then we will be able to find solutions. Let me complete. So, what happens is that Delhi government anyways is a very proactive government. Have you heard any chief minister of any state even talk about air quality index? I don't think Yogi Adityanath या किसी और chief minister को पता भी है कि AQI होता क्या है. Every year we come out with a winter action plan. We come out with a summer action plan.
What about other neighboring states? Dr. Anil Gupta.
Maria, problem is this. Whenever you talk to Delhi or Kejriwal government, they bypass this question to the other neighboring states. They don't want to do the job which Delhi government needs to do.
But Supreme Court today has asked questions to a body which directly reports to the Environment Ministry.
I'm giving all the details to you. I have the facts with me. See how the air pollution is created. It is a technical subject, not a political subject. Air quality index has 8 parameters. Normally around the year, the 6 parameters are within range. That is whether carbon monoxide, the sulfur, NOx, ozone and all this. Only the 2 parameters, PM 2.5 and PM 10s. And they are creating history. Delhi is creating a history in the world. Every year we get a tag of red letter day of the history where AQI crosses 999. And what Gopal Rai is doing, what Kejriwal Sahib is doing, they are doing just the cosmetic work. They are making this blueprint, they are 21 program, the 15 program. I tell you the problem. Delhi is generating 11,000 tons of C&D waste regularly. And you check the records of Delhi government. 3,100 C&D waste, they don't have the facility to treat. It is lying everywhere in the roads. They are not sweeping it. Delhi has a road network of 28,000. You see, you go, you take your camera everywhere. There is lot of potholes. You know how much dust they generate? They are not doing any work. They are not cleaning the roads. Major source of PM 2.10 for PM 2.5 is roughly 40%, PM 10 is 56%. They are never.
But Dr. Anil Gupta, you are making it about Delhi government versus you. The question is that Delhi is getting, the air quality is being impacted also because of the neighborhood. What is Haryana government doing, which is again till now a BJP government? What about Uttar Pradesh?
Just one data point. It's very relevant. 75% of Delhi's air pollution originates from outside the geographical boundary of Delhi.
Very wrong.
अरे आपका डेटा है, सफर का डेटा है, मैं बता रही हूँ.
झूठ मत बोलिए, इलेक्शन के लिए दिखाइए डेटा. मैं डेटा
चिल्लाने से कुछ नहीं होगा.
चिल्लाने से नहीं.
नहीं, Dr. Anil Gupta, you don't have to. Yes.
आप गुड़गांव जाके देख लीजिए, नोएडा जाके देख लीजिए, बहुत बढ़िया हवा है वहाँ पे.
का क्या कर रहे हैं
आप गुड़गांव नोएडा में देखिए ना.
अरे मैं बता रहा हूँ गुड़गांव.
अरे मैं बता रही हूँ ना, मैं बता रही हूँ.
Okay, one, calm down. Please calm down. This is the example that you're setting for the citizens, the young boys and girls who are here. They want to ask you questions, but Anil Singh, Adil, please come in.
Well, Maria, the irony is that there is a tug-of-war between the Delhi government and the central government, and ordinary residents are suffering. We just saw it on your program. There is a tug-of-war. You know, I've always believed that in this country there is no dearth of laws, there is no paucity of laws. The problem is that there is a lack of will to enforce those laws. Now, another misconception which does the rounds this time of the year, that it's the stubble burning which is responsible for the air pollution. This is factually incorrect. There are numerous empirical studies which indicate that stubble burning is just a minuscule percentage. The primary reasons for air pollution is construction dust and vehicular emission. What are the governments doing about it? You have the Environment Act. You have the Water Act, you have the Air Act, you have state pollution control boards, you have the central government. These are agencies which have to work in tandem. Now, look at the smoke tower initiative. It's been an utter failure. I agree with her that we have to diagnose the problem correctly. But the smoke tower initiative has been a failure. How has it benefit to the residents? Number two, more than 7,000 crore rupees of money has been collected in the form of environment cess. Has that money been utilized? The answer is no. So therefore, like I said earlier, the problem today is enforcement. And this is an issue which cuts across party lines. Let me say this with a sense of responsibility. It affects each one of us here. But the problem is the central government, the Delhi government lack will. They want to indulge in this passing the buck business. They don't want to take accountability.
Absolutely. And this is where the problem lies. Okay, Pallavi Pant, let's begin by breaking some myths, as Adil was pointing out. What is the contribution of stubble burning to pollution in Delhi?
That is a good question. I think stubble burning is more of a seasonal source in Delhi and across the IGP region for that matter, mostly because we see the burning happen in very discrete chunks of time. So what it does is it adds to the already existing pollution load. It is, an easier source for all of us to see because we see the, images of fires burning and satellite images of all those dots that you can see across the area. But the, important thing to bear in mind here is that there will be seasonal sources of air pollution that, come into play at particular times during the year. And there are sources that are going to be year-round. So, for instance, in the summer period, we often also see dust levels, become really high, often because there are, sort of dust patterns that get carried through wind and impact the air quality locally. So when thinking about sources, we really need to be thinking what are sources that are year-round and measures to control those, and then sources that may be seasonal, really critical and important at certain periods of time. But absolutely, I will say stubble burning is one contributor to the air pollution problem in Delhi and across the IGP, but not the driving force for all of the pollution we see.
Okay, so I think that answers a very important political question which has been playing out between Delhi and the neighboring states, that stubble burning is not the main contributor. You can tell the farmers to stop stubble burning, but that is not really the solution. But come in now, Dr. Anurag. We have been talking about, diseases and our life duration getting short because of the quality of air that we breathe in Delhi. It's a sad story. We are paying taxes. There is cess, environment cess, but we are not getting our due. Is there sudden increase that you see in particular months, and has that trend already started?
Thank you for this question. So we very clearly see that the cases of respiratory diseases, particularly exacerbation of asthma, COPD, and even cough lasting for weeks together starts as soon as the pollution level goes up. And currently we haven't yet seen those type of cases starting, but usually we see that in mid-October or end of October, and the whole of November, December month, all our patients are suffering. Those patients who should recover earlier, who should used to recover in about a week, 10 days, do not recover from the symptoms for weeks together. They have to miss schools, offices, and their quality of life is significantly impacted. Each and every year, patients are scared that now the season of pollution is coming. So they are really scared, and that is the
Delhi essentially is
fact.
becoming unlivable. But talking about the bureaucratic back and forth which is happening here, Dr. Ghosh, today the Supreme Court came down heavily on the Commission for Air Quality, raised questions on its functioning. That this board has been passing orders, perhaps nothing seems to be happening. There is also the Pollution Control Board, which has more than 50% of its positions vacant. Is the problem multiplicity of agencies? Too many bodies, but little being done?
Well, it's partly a problem of too many agencies, but I think we need to look at this problem in perspective. You see, it's not as if there is some cabal out there which is engaging in polluting activities. Polluting activities are an outcome of the livelihoods of millions or hundreds of millions of people in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. And regulating and enforcing these regulations on these myriad activities over hundreds of millions of people is a task which is formidable. Not that it cannot be done, but it is formidable. I think we have to distinguish between two aspects of pollution. One is the long-term pollution, which is primarily due to these livelihood activities, and the short-term pollution, which is to address the symptoms of spikes in pollution. Now, in winter, because of atmospheric conditions, we see a vast increase in ambient pollution from sources which are partly seasonal, but then they are not of an order of magnitude higher than what we see in the rest of the year. They are different, but they are not of an order of magnitude higher. The one exception I would say is that the parali burning is something which, certainly it contributes overall a modest amount to pollution, but it leads, because it is concentrated in a short period of 3 weeks, it leads to sudden spikes in air pollution. And that is something that, is a very difficult problem to address, because, the whole question of parali burning is linked to various kinds of various political economy issues. The farmers in North India, they were tasked in Punjab and Haryana with producing rain during the period of Green Revolution, and certain policies were put in place. Constituencies are built up around those policies, which are not easy to Okay. So the point is, it is an economic issue, it's a livelihood issue, it's a political issue, it's an administrative issue. I do welcome the Supreme Court's interventions in holding agencies to account, but the Supreme Court should not also underestimate the magnitude of the problem.
Well, I would say that because it's repeatedly intervening, it understands the magnitude of the problem. That is the view as well. But just look at some statistics here. The number of registered vehicles, Reena, in Delhi was 3.4 million in 2000, which increased to 12.25 million in 2021-2022. You have gone for banning of 15-year-old vehicles. Then there is an odd and even as well, which temporarily improved the situation. But what Delhi needs, along with most metros, is better infrastructure and better public transport. If that is done, that's a long-term solution. But that process has to begin someday.
The process is going on, Maria. In the last 5 years, we've doubled the metro lines. We have placed an order for 10,000 electric buses. Delhi right now has 7,800 buses, which is the highest it's ever had in its record. We've just started Mohalla buses, which is the last mile connectivity. We are giving amazing discounts on electric vehicles for Delhi. Delhi is one of the largest electric vehicle cities which has the maximum number of electric vehicles. We are doing all of this. We've made a diesel vehicle registration in Delhi very expensive.
No, but then why is there is no, a problem? Is it because we are reacting? Because the situation is going to become worse, it's already bad, and that is the reason why it's alarm bells.
No, Delhi pollution levels, PM levels have actually gone down 30%. But the problem is, Maria, what we don't agree as policymakers in this country is that the airshed of Delhi is 300 kilometers around Delhi. So any activity that takes place in that airshed will impact the air quality of Delhi. Okay. And if we keep saying कि दिल्ली में power plants बंद कर दो जी, बंद कर दिया हमने, लेकिन गुड़गांव में और गाजियाबाद में अगर चलेंगे तो वो भी दिल्ली में हवा आएगी. So unless we all work together, and I agree with Dr. Ghosh, it is a formidable problem, but it can be solved. China solved the problem. China solved the problem, but how did China solve? China's central government gave targets to the provincial governments. The China central government did not say कि भाई हमारे से 10 साल पहले जो नेहरू था या जो कोई और था उसकी वजह से problem है. Okay. They said okay, we will give targets, and they penalized governments. Has there been an effort
by your government, because you are the central government, to ensure that there is no politicization of air?
They did not even call we requested, let's call a meeting of all the states in NCR, of the environment minister, all the chief minister, let's get together and make a plan.
Let him respond, yes.
See, Delhi has a body, Delhi Pollution Control Committee.
He's back to Delhi.
The last, I had to back to Delhi. Problem is of Delhi. Why you are afraid of me?
No, problem is Haryana. I'm not afraid of you. Problem is Haryana, problem is UP, problem is
Rajasthan. One moment, sir. Don't get angry. Please go ahead. Reena, listen to him, please. Yes.
Last board meeting of the Delhi DPCC, Delhi Pollution Control Committee, was held in 20th February 2024. That is a regulatory body that takes care of the regulatory measure of the pollution in Delhi. Is Delhi government not responsible? Constitutionally, regulatory, every 3 months a meeting of the board should be held. Is Gopal Rai, Honorable Minister, is not responsible? Why that meeting is not held? She is talking, she may be learned, about the electric vehicles. Central government under the FAME 2 scheme has given 1,700 buses to Delhi. Can they show even a single tender? Can they show even a single tender that they have purchased of their own a transport e-vehicles in Delhi? They cannot show. About road conditions.
Okay. Vivek?
Allow me to complete.
Yes, please. No, because you are making it political,
Then
sir.
it is not political. Even if single point is political, you can throw me out of this debate. I am giving the facts. And the citizen of Delhi, should be aware of the facts.
Yes, Vivek.
I would like to say, when the central government does anything under FAME or anything for the states, it's not charity. They are bound to do it.
It is not charity. But when
you are bound to do it.
That is right. But Delhi government has to do something. The central government has given under NCAP 33 crores of rupees last year. What they spent? Only 10 crores. Why they have not spent? Under one more point. Under the National Clean Air Program, last year the Delhi position was 9. This year it has slipped to 11. Why they are not taking measures?
Okay, Vivek, and then I'll open the floor. Go ahead.
So definitely, I would like to say often it happens every year, like we blame each other. I would like to say clearly that each city pollutes another city.
Yes.
Delhi gets polluted by other cities, and Delhi contributes pollution to, say, Noida and Greater Noida. Every city is in downstream or upstream of another city. As the wind direction changes, the pollution dynamics will change. So certainly we have to scale up this action. Otherwise, we will not be able to see the kind of impact we need. The number of deaths because of air pollution is very high. 2.1 million, the recent figures that are showing.
Yes, in fact, the Greenpeace Southeast Asia report said that 54,000 people died in Delhi due to air pollution in 2020.
And the children are heavily impacted.
25.
That's so अगर हमारे एक्शन उस स्केल के नहीं होंगे, अगर हम लड़ाई करते रहेंगे हमेशा.
Each contributor has to do some job.
Yes. So, okay, let's open the floor. Yes, please. The children first here. Yes, go ahead. All of you have something very interesting to say. Protect your ears, protect your health, save the earth, save yourself, of course. Make it a better place. That's beautiful. Please read it yourself and introduce yourself.
Save fuel for better environment, waste fuel for worst environment. Greetings everyone, my name is Anaya Bansal. I am from Modern School. Ma'am, my question is for you. Ma'am, your party has always been complaining about pollution being caused by the neighbouring states due to stubble burning, one of the states being Punjab. Now, since your party is in Punjab, what steps are being taken in Punjab to reduce pollution caused by stubble burning?
So what we are doing is we are working with farmers and we are helping them move away from rice. Because rice, in a very short period, they have to harvest the crop, they have to harvest the stubble. And because they don't have the means and resources, they end up burning the stubble. We are motivating farmers to move away from rice. But again, because rice is one of the few crops which has a minimum support program and it has a buyback guarantee, so farmers find it difficult to move. What again we've been requesting the central government, see, in a country like India, the center and the states have to work together, whether it's agriculture, it's environment, or in any other area. And the central government gets a bulk of the taxes from all of us. So the central government cannot keep saying कि हमने तुम्हें ये दे दिया, किसी को खैरात में नहीं दिया, हमारे टैक्स का पैसा है. If the farmers need a buyback guarantee for other crops, for millets, for moong, all of those crops, then center has to step in. Okay. Last year, the Supreme Court said that a separate fund should be made for the farmers so that they don't burn parali and they are able, and from that fund, they should be compensated. But the central government has not created that fund.
One moment. Yes, there is another question.
Greetings, my name is Ahana. I am from Modern School, Barakhamba Road. Climate change you must not ignore or the future be no more.
Thank you.
So my question is to the panel at large. We have recently seen that environment is being politicized, which it should not be. Can we as citizens, as students, hope to see partnerships or fruitful partnerships between Delhi and the other neighbouring states, or even between Delhi and the union at large, and hope to make sure that it's a fruitful partnership?
I think Adil should be responding to this.
No, I completely agree with your thoughts. I think this is an issue where all stakeholders must collectively address this problem. You couldn't have articulated it better. And therefore, on behalf of my party, I urge the Delhi government and the central government, you have the resources at your disposal. You have the funds at your disposal, you have the agencies at your disposal. Please stop squabbling between yourselves. Let's address this issue and find long-term solutions. One solution which comes to my mind is improving public infrastructure. Today, our infrastructure, public transport is in shambles. We need to improve that. Number two, how do we intend to deal with construction dust? Let's look at best practices across the world and find the solution.
Okay, this side.
Can I answer?
Yes,
because,
please.
I think the children have raised a very valid question. And children, I'm telling you, you caught hold of all politicians and ask them these questions. See what the central government has done. Last year, central government has given 3,333 crores to manage this stubble burning in Punjab. About 1,50,000 machines are available with the Punjab government. Their SDM, their officer has to go to the farmers to do the processing. Farmers are not at fault. See, when this rice crop is over, they are in a hurry to do the potato sometimes. So they sometimes burn it. But the residue management, stubble burning residue management has to take care. And you know, the last year, roughly 8,000 stubble burning cases were there. If you fly from Delhi to Jammu or Amritsar, you will see from your eyes. And the most stubble burning cases are from the Sangrur, which is the home city of the CM Man. And they are not taking care. And the thing is, the farmers should be educated, the machines which are giving, and even the 5% of this in the power plants, this stubble residue is being used as a fuel.
Okay.
So central government is doing, but the other state government and the person should not take it.
Let's short interjection on this point.
Yes, please.
So, the gentleman here raised the issue about farmers. I think the answer and the way forward is that the governments must give economic incentives. Please understand, no farmer burns it out of choice. Yes. It is a compulsion. They don't have the resources. Agriculture in this country is not profitable. So therefore, it's all the more important on the central government and the state government to transfer funds so that they are incentivized to make this shift towards better and more economically efficient management processes.
My name is Viren Khanna. I'm the founder of New Delhi Nature Society. So I've noticed nobody is talking about trees. Trees are the only thing which reduces pollution. In Delhi, we have buildings increasing, cars increasing, roads increasing, people increasing, but the trees are reducing. There's more than 5 trees getting cut every hour. And we are working on saving trees, so we want all the different parties also to talk about the Green Helpline, help the residents of Delhi report tree felling. Right now, next month, a lot of people are going to cut trees just because it's winter and they want some extra sunlight. It's illegal to cut the trees. There's a ban by the Delhi High Court also. So, yeah, we shouldn't see the politicians trying to get votes from those people by allowing tree felling in the colonies.
Point well taken. Pallavi, would you respond to this? I think that's a very, very pertinent point which has been made. What are we doing to increase the green cover of Delhi?
Yeah, I think, green space and trees in general, even beyond air pollution, have a lot of benefits for people's health and quality of life. And I just want to go back to, the conversation that has been happening over the last few minutes. I think two things for all of us to keep in mind, and this is what the experience in many parts of the world has also shown, is unfortunately air pollution is not a problem that can be solved quickly. In every place that we've seen air quality improvements, it's taken years and decades of time. But the one consistent thing has been sustained action and reduction of emissions at source. So even if we look at the China example that was evoked just a while ago, what was done in China over the last 10 years in particular was a significant investment into reducing emissions at source. So we're trying to, reduce where the pollution is coming from, significantly increasing interministerial and interdepartment coordination. So not just the environment ministry, but also the energy and other ministries getting involved in the decision making around air pollution, and also significant advancements and investments in local data generation, tracking what's happening, where are we making progress. And I will just say, having worked in this space for a while, there are places across the country and also in Delhi where we have seen improvements over the last 10 to 15 years, even in the last 5 years. And we should celebrate those wins. They're not the absolute wins we want. We haven't reached that target of, clean air for all. But in acknowledging those wins and those things that we have been able to successfully do, I think we can also create a more positive environment to continue to lead on that action. And ultimately, unless we have those, strong programs driven by scientific data and evidence, which, believe it or not, we do have a lot of evidence now in India, in Delhi, on air pollution sources, what's changing over time. So using those to track progress long term and to create not solutions that are for 2 months, 6 month periods, but what's our 5-year plan? How are we going to stay on course for it? And then emergency measures can come in place if there are episodes, but really keeping the eye on that long-term improvement.
Absolutely. So if we are looking at an emergency situation, we talk about air pollution emergency every year. And that brings me to my next question, and also a thought from the audience here, that could there be a 10-year plan or a 5-year plan? Vivek, shouldn't there be a long-term plan, as Pallavi was pointing out? It cannot be an ad hoc measure.
It has been always their plan, like CAQM itself has made a plan, air pollution control policy for Delhi and NCR. And I think the targets which has been set for the NCR and Delhi have largely we focus on Delhi when we want to increase the bus numbers or the public infrastructure. But when you connect Ghaziabad, for example, or Greater Noida or Gurgaon to Delhi or to the larger NCR, you see the infrastructure is failing. Only we cannot rely on the metro line or the rapid rail that we are building. We have to scale up our solution. There we are failing a lot. And in the larger airshed, we have, I think, 13 or more than 13 power plants running on coal. And they are emitting very heavily. So I think they have to be very clean. So wherever we want to take action and we have the resources, I think we need to take. And certain areas,
one view certainly
we are not
is
taking.
that if the public transport becomes smarter, then the entire air pollution in the capital will be reduced. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I am Divyasha and I'm from New Delhi Nature Society. Toxic air goes beyond just reduced lung capacity and health problems. It also goes to your mental health. It has mental health effects. And a lot of people from my generation, we suffer from depression in this season. We fear to go outside. We are, it's lovely. It's a lovely season, lovely weather in winters, but we are forced to be inside with air purifiers. So it's really, I would say, the opposite of livable. It's a very unlivable city. What are we doing about that? How, and also, how do we plan, to the decision makers I want to ask, how do we plan to make our cities more walkable? Because I feel if a city is walkable, you know, the vehicular emission is in check, there is a lot of tree cover, people are joyfully moving around inside and out of their houses. So what are we doing? Best of the best cities in the world that are livable cities are walkable and cyclable cities. What are we doing to make our cities cyclable and walkable?
Point taken, yes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Dalip Singh Sabarwal, and I'm appointed as a bicycle mayor of Delhi because I advocate cycle to work. Now, first of all, I would like to correct everybody. It's not a seasonal problem anymore in Delhi NCR. It's a all-year problem that we face when it comes to air pollution. There are multiple factors, causing air pollution, but one of the factors is the vehicular emission. And as per the articles, 38% of the air pollution in Delhi NCR is caused by the vehicular pollution. And when you talk about the carbon monoxide, 83% is contributed by the vehicles. So what are we doing, as a decision maker? Because first of all, it's not your problem or my problem. 100% of population is getting affected because of the air pollution. So it's not like you are from the opposition, you are untouched of it. Everybody's, getting affected.
Okay.
So what are we doing to reduce the number of cars? As I said, I promote bicycle to work. What steps have we taken so far to encourage people to use cycle for their local commutes? Because whatever infrastructure development we see, it is only based around cars. So if you actually promote cars, you will get pollution in return.
Yes, Reena first.
So first of all, I'm so happy to see all of you here asking all the right questions, and I have a lot of respect for the work that Viran and your team is doing. तो जब आप लोग सवाल पूछेंगे और आप लोग कहेंगे कि हमें चिंता नहीं है कि कौन क्या खा रहा है और कौन क्या पहन रहा है और किसका मंगलसूत्र कहाँ जा रहा है, आप हमें बताओ कि हमारे फेफड़ों की क्या हालत हो रही है. So there needs to be more politics on environment and pollution, and I'm so happy to see all of you are here sitting here and asking these questions, because sometimes I feel this air pollution gets discussed only in the winters. चुनाव के टाइम में सब भूल जाते हैं, पार्लियामेंट सेशन में सब भूल जाते हैं. जब तक हम सब मिलके सरकारों से सवाल नहीं पूछेंगे, और कोई भी सरकार हो, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार हो, किसी और पार्टी की सरकार हो, तब तक उसका सोल्यूशन नहीं निकलेगा. जहाँ तक पेड़ों की बात है, हमने पिछले 4 साल में 2 करोड़ पेड़ लगाए हैं दिल्ली में. Delhi has the highest green cover, 23% of any city in the country. So we are going on planting more and more trees, whereas there is a recent case where you guys are petitioners, 1100 पेड़ दिल्ली में illegally central government ने कटवाए हैं. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बहुत strong remarks पास किए हैं. तो जब तक हम सब, again, we have to all work together, we have to recognize it's an emergency, and we have to take every step, whether it's increasing public infrastructure, more public transport, making sure that nobody else needs to buy a car. There is enough metro lines and enough buses.
Yeah.
See, as per IFSR report 2021, and this is on record, 0.62 kilometer of the forest area of Delhi is depleted. That has gone, God knows. You can check the records. Delhi has a rough population of 3 crores. I want to talk to the children. How many trees one person needs in a life? 7 trees. How much carbon dioxide we exhale? 7 trees will take that carbon dioxide from us. So, each person at least plant 7 trees. So how many trees should be there in Delhi? Delhi is the highest densely populated city of the country. You know, Delhi has an area of roughly 1,400 kilometers. Population is 3. How many trees are needed in Delhi? 21 crore trees. If we go with this speed, and you have rightly talked of the plan, Delhi has a plan, but Delhi doesn't have an environmental plan. Delhi should have the master plan, 5-year plan, 10-year plan for master. Okay. One more thing last. I am telling, I'm a politician also, I'm an expert also. Pollution is not, we cannot solve the problem in one day. We need a long-term planning. We need the full measures. The cosmetic work like Delhi government is doing will not help.
Okay, so when will that long-term planning start? Yes, you wanted to make a point about mental health.
I wanted to make a very important point that not only where we are discussing that the lungs get affected, asthma gets increased, we are seeing cases of smoking-related lung cancers, which we used to see only in smokers, in non-smokers, in young female. Also, the very important point that not only pulmonary system, but multifactorial cardiovascular system, increased risk of stroke is also there. The fetus in the mother's wombs, lung development of the fetus is also getting affected. So each of our family member, either all of them, either they are elderly people or they are young or some are pregnant, every one of them is getting affected. So the severity of the problem has to be understood really deeply.
Okay.
Otherwise, the measures will be really very superficial.
Dr. Pradipta Ghosh, the concern certainly is that how often do we talk about environment when it is not winter, when the situation has not become worse? We only talk about it when it is emergency. Till then, it is just about other issues. Do you think the responsibility is to ensure that the governments particularly understand that if there is an environment cess, the money comes from the taxpayers, then where is that money going? We should be holding governments accountable.
I completely agree. And I think that the air pollution issue in the Indo-Gangetic Plain can only be solved if it becomes a major electoral issue. Until candidates understand that unless in their 5-year tenure that there is visible and permanent improvement in air pollution, there will be only marginal action, lip service during periods of concern. Now, I would like to come in on the point that was made about trees. I agree with Pallavi that in all the major cities of the world where air pollution has been addressed, it has taken decades, and the focus has been on curbing pollution at source. That is the major part of what the National Action Plan on clean air also does. Now, this is something that goes to the heart of economic activity, and it requires vast resources on the parts of government as well as the citizenry. But trees have a special role, and we're not talking about a few trees in this city and a few trees in that city. In China, for example, they had a program called the Great Green Wall of China. And essentially what it did was to block the particulate pollution which was coming from the Gobi Desert. At the very least, we need a Great Green Wall of India, extend largely across the western part of the country. Why western part of the country? Because that is where the dust is generated, and also a lot of the PM10 is coming from outside the country, from Central Asia, not from Middle East. So, and this is a program which will require a great deal of resources. It will need a great deal of political commitment, but this will complement the focus on addressing sources of pollution. We also remember that a lot of the dust is natural in origin, and it has historically been so. But the only real solution to that is something
the Great Green Wall of India. I think that's a fantastic idea there, Dr. Ghosh. A quick word from you, please go ahead.
So my name is Jitin Sharma, and I am the working member of Fridays for Future Delhi, and I am founder of Young Environmental Sounds. Now, the whole conversation is now about the trees. So I would like to comment on the topics which you initiated. That ma'am, as ma'am said, ki there is like 11,000 trees were being fell down, and then sir also said that Delhi's forest cover has been on the decline. Now I would like to tell that again Supreme Court had to come to stay that to halt that deforestation which was there from past 3 years. And the irony, the hypocrisy here is that that project is by the central government itself and on the land of Delhi, on Delhi's land. So what was the Delhi government doing, and again what was the central government doing?
We have really come to the end of this discussion, but you're leaving us with a thought that is this some kind of political hypocrisy, but can environment become a subject of national movement away from politics? And what about that green great wall of India? Perhaps time has come for a more partnership. That is the word that this girl used here. Collaboration between the center and the state to solve this environment issue. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Pradipto Ghosh there, Gaurav Kumar Bansal online joining us. We also had Pallavi, thank you so much. Vivek Chattopadhyay, Reena Gupta, Dr. Anil Gupta, Adil, and Dr. Anurag. Thank you for joining us. And with that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be seeing you next week on another episode of The Big Fight. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप। सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट। देखना ना भूले हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर। Read all about Yutra on the NDTV app. So download now.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Buckingham Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में। कैसे मारा?
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from
We have recently seen that environment is being politicized, which it should not be. Can we as citizens, as students, hope to see partnerships or fruitful partnerships between Delhi and the other neighboring states, or even between Delhi and the union at large, and hope to make sure that it's a fruitful partnership?
I think Adil should be responding to this.
No, I completely agree with your thoughts. I think this is an issue where all stakeholders must collectively address this problem. You couldn't have articulated it better. And therefore, on behalf of my party, I urge the Delhi government and this government, you have the resources at your disposal, you have the funds at your disposal, you have the agencies at your disposal. Please stop squabbling between yourselves. Let's address this issue and find long-term solutions.
Toxic air goes beyond just reduced lung capacity and health problems. It also goes to your mental health. It has mental health effects. And a lot of people from my generation, we suffer from depression in this season. We fear to go outside. We are, it's lovely. It's a lovely season, lovely weather in winters, but we are forced to be inside with air purifiers. So it's really, I would say, the opposite of livable. It's a very unlivable city. What are we doing about that? How, and also, how do we plan, to the decision makers I want to ask, how do we plan to make our cities walkable? Because I feel if a city is walkable, you know, the vehicular emission is in check, there is a lot of tree cover, people are joyfully moving around inside and out of their houses. So what are we doing? Best of the best cities in the world that are livable cities are walkable and cyclable cities. What are we doing to make our cities cyclable and walkable?
Point taken, yes. Environment and pollution, and I'm so happy to see all of you are here sitting here and asking these questions, because sometimes I feel this air pollution gets discussed only in the winters. चुनाव के टाइम में सब भूल जाते हैं, पार्लियामेंट सेशन में सब भूल जाते हैं. जब तक हम सब मिलके सरकारों से सवाल नहीं पूछेंगे, और कोई भी सरकार हो, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार हो, किसी और पार्टी की सरकार हो, तब तक उसका सोल्यूशन नहीं निकलेगा. जहाँ तक पेड़ों की बात है, हमने पिछले 4 साल में 2 करोड़ पेड़ लगाए दिल्ली में. Delhi has the highest green cover, 23% of any city in the country.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
पैसाबाजार.com.
For every news from every part of the country, डाउनलोड कीजिए NDTV ऐप. सिर्फ एक ऐप जो आपको बताता है क्या हो रहा है इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बिजनेस, पॉलिटिक्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड एंटरटेनमेंट. देखना ना भूले हमारी मूवी युद्रा इन द थिएटर. Read all about Yudra on the NDTV app. So download now.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hi, I'm Kareena Kapoor Khan. When it comes to news, NDTV stands for trust, for integrity, for truth, for news that matters. Watch NDTV and don't forget to watch The Battle of the Murders अपने नजदीकी सिनेमाघरों में। कैसे मारा?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग तोड़ भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back.
शुरू करते हैं NDTV का यूथ कॉन्क्लेव, NDTV युवा।
भारत एक युवा देश है। अगर हम युवा एक हो जाएं, एकजुट हो जाएं, तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत हमें आगे बढ़ने से नहीं रोक सकती।
With India's biggest disruptors.
So when you tried to understand and have conversation with your parents कि मेरा नाम बांसुरी क्या रखा, उन्होंने क्या बताया?
So माँ ने तो बहुत ही स्वीट एक्सप्लेनेशन दी। She said कि कृष्ण की सबसे प्रिय वस्तु पे तुम्हारा नाम रखा गया है।
प्रेजेंट में रहो, अपना कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो।
दूसरी थ्रो लगने के बाद जब कोच साहब ने बताया कि 4639 है, तो मैं काफ़ी खुश हुआ। और
सरप्राइज भी हुए थे थोड़ा?
सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं, तब इसीलिए वो मैंने पूछा सर खाओ माँ कसम।
Yuva, Youth for Change.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
A very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Benjamin Netanyahu, who's gone on to say that that they will not be standing down, and though they are urging for peace. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Law and order in the national capital under the scanner once again. Over 20 rounds of bullets have been fired near a car showroom in West Delhi. The police suspect an extortion bid. No reports of anyone being injured at this time. The Tirumala Laddoo row has escalated after ex-Chief Minister Jagan Reddy has cancelled his trip to the temple, saying he was issued a notice that no permission has been given for the temple visit. He also has gone on to claim that he was threatened with an arrest. Now, Andhra Pradesh's Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu hits back at Jagan Reddy, saying he's only spreading lies. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah refuses to concede despite the heat in the Muda probe, and it is the Loca-Yukta that has gone ahead and filed an FIR after the court order in the case against the Chief Minister of Karnataka. The Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Central Air Quality Panel, saying that no adequate steps were taken in order to monitor the air pollution and curb the pollution problem in the National Capital Region. And Netanyahu's fresh warning to Iran, speaking at the UNGA. Well, Netanyahu's gone on to say that Israel will in fact attack in case they will attack. This is, he's saying, if you attack us, we will attack you. And he's promised to continue the attacks on the Iranian-backed fighters in Lebanon. Amid concerns over the alleged ticket scam linked to Coldplay's concert, now Mumbai police has summoned the ticket distribution company officials. They summoned the CEO of the parent company of Book My Show. Now the officials will be recording their statement in front of the Mumbai police tomorrow on Saturday. And let's get your top story, and that's former Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Reddy has cancelled his visit to the Tirumala temple, and this is a visit that was scheduled, but he's gone on to say that he has received notices, and that notice has gone on to state that he has no permission to visit the temple. He's also gone on to question as to when did one require permission to visit a temple in the country, and he has also gone on to claim that he was threatened with an arrest. Now, this statement has come right after Chandrababu Naidu's TDP and its ally BJP demanded that Mr. Reddy sign a declaration meant for non-Hindus before visiting the temple. Well, it is the Chief Minister of the state of Andhra Pradesh who was hit back, saying that Jagan Reddy is doing nothing but spreading lies.
Tirupati Devasthanam.
Former Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Reddy has decided not to visit Tirumala temple on Saturday after notices had been sent to all YSRCP cadre and leaders, warning them that cases would be booked against them if they joined Jagan Reddy's proposed visit that the notice said had no government permission.
People have been barred from visiting temple.
This came even as boards sprung up in Tirumala, and Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, BJP Chief Purandeshwari and others said non-Hindus must sign a declaration that they had faith and reverence for the temple and the presiding deity.
Several times in the past we visited Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, even before I became the Chief Minister. And after I became the Chief Minister, every year TTD invited me. And on their invitation, I had the opportunity to give clothes to Lord Venkateshwara Swami. They have brought up another topic onto the forefront, barring people from entering the temple.
నిన్ను వెళ్ళవద్దని ఎవరన్నా చెప్పారా? ఇస్తే చూపేయండి మీడియాకి. ఎందుకు అబద్ధాలు ప్రచారం చేస్తూ ప్రజల్ని మభ్యపెడుతూ ఇష్టానుసారంగా ప్రవర్తించడం ఇది సబబు కాదని.
Jagan Reddy has given a call to his supporters to visit temples to seek forgiveness for what he called false statements of Chandrababu Naidu that he said had lowered the prestige of both the Tirumala Tirupati temple and its much loved and revered Tirupati Laddoo.
I asked the so-called BJP party, which actually boasts themselves as representatives of Hindutva, as representatives of Hindu religion. I asked BJP one serious question. If you're sincere, if you're truly representatives of Hinduism, would you support this? A Chief Minister intentionally lying, bringing down the reputation of Lord Venkateshwara Swami, bringing down the reputation of Venkateshwara Swami's prasadams.
BJP leaders not just in Andhra Pradesh but also Tamil Nadu and Telangana have begun to echo what Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan has been saying, that Hindus and Hindu religion are taken for granted, whereas no one even dares to comment on Islam or Christianity. The Hindu identity, it would seem, has begun to take center stage in Andhra Pradesh politics. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And switching tracks from Andhra Pradesh to Karnataka, and the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has asserted that he will not resign hours before a Loca-Yukta FIR against him has been issued in the Muda site allotment case. The FIR comes after a court order in connection with the allotment of 14 sites to his wife Parvati by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. Another blow to the Karnataka Chief Minister in the Muda case. Post the court direction, Mysuru Loca-Yukta registers that FIR as Siddaramaiah continues to mull options for legal recourse.
More trouble for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the state Loca-Yukta registered an FIR against the CM in the alleged Muda scam. 2 days after an order from a Bengaluru special court.
We are here only, this Loca-Yukta institution is meant for the society. No concern of direction issued by anybody. We register voluntarily. As soon as any person enter to our institution, inside, give one scrap of paper, grievance, make out a grievance, we will register the case. People are there to blame any institution, anybody including you, what to do.
The FIR includes sections related to Benami property transactions, land grabbing and the Prevention of Corruption Act. The complainant who pushed for this Loca-Yukta probe has now moved the court seeking CBI inquiry.
ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಕ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣ ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಆಟ ಆಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸತ್ಯನ ಎತ್ತಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇಡಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣ ಸಿಬಿಐ ಕೊಡಿಸೋದು ಖಚಿತ.
Despite the FIR, Siddaramaiah remains defiant.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಯಾರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು, ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿರೋದು ಯಾರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ರೈಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು FIR ಆಗಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ?
After Congress Cabinet's decision to restrict the CBI's access, any delay by the Loca-Yukta in the legal process can open the doors for other federal agencies to interfere. And remember, the complainant is also pushing for a CBI probe. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details. And switching tracks now to the national capital, and the law and order situation in Delhi is under the scanner again with an incident of firing that's being reported from a car showroom in the Narayana area of Delhi. With reports of around 20 rounds of bullets that were fired, the police as of now suspect an extortion bid. So far, the police says that there's no injuries that have been reported. Let's just listen in to what the police has to say.
तकरीबन 7:30 बजे हमारे पास सूचना मिली थी कि ये कार स्ट्रीट मिनी एक जो शोरूम है, इस पर कुछ लोगों ने शोरूम के अंदर घुसकर और कुछ एक राउंड फायर किए गए हैं। अभी तक जो इनिशियल हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे मौका मुआयना किया है और लोगों से पूछताछ की है, उसमें 10+ राउंड्स फायर हुए हैं। थैंकफुली कोई भी हताहत नहीं है इसमें, और बाकी 3 लोग अभी तक आने कन्फर्म हुए हैं जो फायरिंग करके बाहर गए हैं। उनको ट्रेस करने के लिए और उनकी पहचान करने के लिए टीम्स का गठन कर दिया गया है।
Taking a very short break, back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं?